Please welcome to the stage Martino Stierli.
Good morning and welcome to the Museum of Modern Art. Wow, I can hardly see you guys. It's so bright up here, but I see there's many of you here, which is really wonderful and exciting. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Martino Stierli. I'm the Philip Johnson Chief Curator of Architecture and Design, and it is a pleasure to have you here for the 7th edition of the World Around Summit, the second that is co-organized by MoMA and co-curated by the Department of Architecture and Design. Each year, the World Around convenes some of the most influential voices across architecture and its neighboring disciplines in a full day of presentations and discussions. We're delighted to be joining forces once more with Beatrice, Galilee and the World Around team for what has become one of the defining moments in the architectural calendar in New York and beyond. This year's summit brings together 17 speakers from across the globe, from the United States, Ecuador, Côte d'Ivoire, Ireland, Chile, Mexico, Vietnam, Algeria, the Netherlands, Denmark, and Belgium. Their practices share a common ambition: to test architecture's capacity to adapt and remain meaningful in a world shaped by growing complexity and insecurity. The day is organized into 3 sessions. The first, Seeding Time, examines architecture in relation to broader ecological systems, and we'll hear about that in just an instant. The second, Keeping Time, in the afternoon, considers how the built environment can contribute to the stewardship of cultural heritage. The day will close with High Time, a dedicated panel on affordable housing in New York City and elsewhere. MoMA has long been a place where architecture is understood not merely as a formal practice, but as a civic and political one. The museum's history is rich with exhibitions and conversations that have reframed urgent questions around housing, urbanism, climate, and public space, shaping discourse far beyond these walls. This summit continues that tradition, a place where ideas are not just on display, but are rigorously examined, challenged, and taken out into the world. It is no coincidence that some of the speakers today are very close to MoMA, through their participation in current or upcoming exhibitions, or through their presence in our permanent collection. We hope conversations happening here today will spearhead new projects, collaborations, and continue to frame the vibrant ways in which design and architecture can help shape a more sustainable and equitable future. Of course, an event at this scale truly takes a village, and none of this would have been possible without the dedication of many colleagues. From the World Around, I thank Beatrice Galilee, whose vision drives this summit year after year, and her wonderful team, in particular Satomi Blair, Anna Minuchin, and Lakshmi Andrews. From MoMA, I thank Emma Presler, Sophia Khoury, and Donna Rosemond for their extraordinary work in coordination and production, as well as my wonderful curatorial colleagues Evangelos Kotsioris and Paula Villaplana de Miguel for helping us put together this program. And on the side of our AV team, I would like to thank especially Tal Marks, Hunter Webb, Caroline Funk, Sam Benezra, and Will Rains, as well as countless colleagues across the museum. So I think an applause is in place for all these wonderful people. And with this, I would like to ask Beatrice Galilee to join me on the stage. Thank you so much. Enjoy the day.
Welcome to the stage, Beatrice Galilee.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. It's so lovely to see you all again, 1 year later. Thank you so much, Martino, and the whole MoMA team. Martino eloquently thanked everybody. I would just like to reiterate the exemplary individuals that we're working with across the both World Around and MoMA teams. Thank you so much. The World Around is very proud and honored to be here at MoMA, working with the definitive architecture and design curatorial department, continuing its influence since 1929. So really, it's truly a pleasure to be working here and to be sharing the stage with you all. So thank you so much. For those of you that don't know anything or don't know too much about the World Around, we are a nonprofit organization founded here in New York in 2020. We are a platform for global architecture design, and our mission is to champion the visions, the voices, and the ideas that shape our cities, our planet, and our future. We do that through our programs, our initiatives, our video archive, and our written interviews and insights. We try to champion the practices that people and the solutions that can build a more equitable and regenerative world. We're supported by our incredible board of trustees, many of whom are here today, our partners, our global cultural partners, our supporting partners, our circles members. I know there's many of you here today. Thank you for joining us, and our summit circles, as well as foundations and many others. And I'm so grateful to you all. We'll list everybody else a little bit later on today, but I'm so grateful to all of you for following us and supporting us for many years now. With the support of everybody, we try to create what we think are the most progressive and exciting public programs in architecture and design today. Amongst our work is also the annual summit, which, as you may, the clue's in the name, it's every year, but we also organize in-focus programs that collaborate with international exhibitions, including institutions we have worked in Paris, we've worked in Venice, we've worked in Milan, in Shanghai, in London, Venice, all over the world. So we try to branch out from New York from time to time. In addition to our public programs, we have a project which you'll hear a little bit more about later today called the Young Climate Prize. This is our mentorship and accelerator initiative where we support under 25s from anywhere in the world who have their own self-initiated climate action project. And we pair them up with a mentor in our design community, sometimes speakers, sometimes curators, and we support and try to make an impact, a positive impact in the world through mentorship and education. We also write and commission essays. We have a series called Insights, which you'll hear about a little bit later today. Weil Al-Awar, who is one of our community members, has written an essay which you'll be able to read in your programs. So if you're new to the World Around, please do subscribe to our newsletter and get to know a little bit more about our archive. So today's session is Seeding Time. The practitioners we've brought together this morning are engaged in a rethinking of the relationship between the built environment and the natural world. Landscape, once positioned at the margins of architectural discourse, is now right at its center. It is where the intersecting challenges of climate, culture, and resilience are most acutely negotiated. The work presented here spans a range of contexts and temporalities, from the deep geological time embedded in ice cores and strata to the cyclical rhythms of perennial planting, from the dynamic floodplains and hydrological systems to the adaptive intelligence of agricultural practices in arid environments. What unites these approaches is a shared understanding that the specific conditions of place, its ecologies, its histories, its vulnerabilities, are not obstacles to design. They are its primary source of intelligence. So this morning, we're going to have consecutive speakers. Everyone will come on stage one after the other, and then we will gather for a small panel discussion, which you're welcome to join in for. So first this morning, we'll have Gabriela Carrillo, who's joining us from Mexico City, followed by a video of Piet Oudolf, the Dutch garden designer whose work has fundamentally reshaped contemporary approaches to landscape. We will then have a presentation from Tropical Space, who are joining us from Ho Chi Minh City. We will have Peggy, Weil, an artist whose work is on view right now at MoMA. Sarah Zewde, the founding principal of Studio Zewde, a practice working across landscape, urban design, and public art based here in New York. And finally, we'll have Mohamed Salem, Muhammad Ali, Sohari farmer, artist, and environmental practitioner whose work connects land stewardship, cultural expression, and community resilience. I look forward to seeing everybody on stage. I can't wait for Gabriela's presentation, and we'll see you shortly. Hope you enjoy the day. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, Gabriela Carrillo.
Hello, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. I'm Gabriela Carrillo from Mexico City, and I'm here to talk about the Ecoparque Bacalar. Well, I want to start talking about a Colectivo because I think all the architecture that is done today is provided by many minds and different people working together. The Colectivo is a sum of 4 offices that started in 2019, and it's a group made by Israel, Carlos, Jose, Eric, and me. We are 4 offices that started working because during the last administration of Trump, Trump asked the Mexican government to build the wall with money in the northern border. And the Mexican government decided to build small infrastructure all around the country. More than 1,000 projects were built, and they talk about social issues like markets, community centers, parks, kiosks, and sportive facilities. It's important to say that for us, developing these projects was a strategy. We did 36 projects during 36 months, and the way we attached this idea was to work with 2 elements which were very important. One was geometry, and the second was topography. I belong to a big heritage of pre-Hispanic culture, so we took advantage of that and wanted to work with territory. We also had a very diverse context in our country. So with that, we wanted to learn and understand the materials that we have, and we wanted to work with those materials as well. We learned from Eladio Dieste that public architecture should be logic, efficient, economic, but always cosmic. And for us, that was really relevant. Finally, we did these projects in 36 months. And I am here to talk about one project, which is in the fantastic peninsula of Yucatan. The peninsula of Yucatan, I need to say, if you haven't been there, is one of the most fantastic sites. It's the place where the meteorite arrived and did the extermination of the dinosaurs. And you can see the shape of it, and there, this created a whole new topography that was under the water, and now there's a karstic land that had created a beautiful system of underground rivers, the most longest underground rivers, more than 300 kilometers length, and with this system, one of the biggest reservoirs of fresh water in the world. Also, this system ends in a place called Bacalar, where stromatolites, which are these features, are one of the most old structures alive on Earth. In most of the places, these features are fossils, but here in Bacalar, they are alive. And they have more than 3,500 years of age, and visitors doesn't understand that they are alive creatures. They think they're stones. The stromatolites provide this fantastic color of this lagoon. This lagoon is fresh water system at the end of all the system of rivers that I had told you. And we were asked to build 5 different infrastructures on this land. We were really afraid to do that, I need to say. These were structures that were beside the lagoon, there you see, and of course the urban development has been switching and changing all the environment, but also the agricultural system, which is monocultivation, doesn't help, and also is harming the jungle, that it's really important. So 3 of our infrastructures happen beside the lagoon. One of it was, was the Ecoparque. And you know, the Ecoparque has 70% of mangrove. So when you walk through, what you see is a path almost with nothing, and it is difficult to understand where you are. You need to cross boundaries, swamps, crocodiles, and it's a very complex environment. And because of that, we had neglected the fantastic condition that it has and the importance of it. The mangrove is the sponge that protects the land. And unfortunately, we had forgotten that. Because of that, we had decided to work on landscape first. We were asked to design a community center. And we decided it was important to do a retrofitting and to work with the mangrove, with the communities. Then we understood that doing soft infrastructure like rain gardens would help to improve all the drainage that flowed to the lagoon from the urban system. And then we thought, what would be the easiest and most simple structure we can create? And we thought, one done with one material that could allow to have a big height and also to be very near the lagoon. It might be simple to think about this, but remember, we had only the chance to see this from here. There are points where the mangrove has more than 7 meters height. So we decided to trace simple lines, 200 meters each, and to create a new path to discover the land, an observatory that sees the mangrove, the lagoon, and the stars. We were very grateful to work with a fantastic biologist that allowed us to understand things we hadn't seen before. Simple stuff, like take a look to this area. Privatization of the lagoon, single owners from homes, taking away the mangrove, placing green grass. It's not that I'm against green grass. We all love it, but in England, we have here mangroves. And take a look here. Take a look on this area. There is the water that this mangrove provides because of that. So then, with this simple structure that has a rhythm and that was built with this local wood provided by the local community, we were allowed to make, with one simple element, columns, beams, and a structure that could go up and down in the different conditions. We also think of designing a live museum. A museum where you could, an alive museum, where you could walk and you could tell the story about the lagoon and the more than 10,000 million years that it has existed. And the presence of humanity on this place is just the last 10 steps. So when you understand that, is the opportunity to find out that we are insignificant in this world, and that every step that we give has a time relationship, talking about seeding times. And that sometimes just walking and understanding through that trace the time that has provided what we have make another significant thoughts. This is the land that was solid. This was all the land that we couldn't walk through, and now we could. And the other thing that I want to talk is about 3 meters. You know, everything fits on 3 meters. Everything. You can hang a hammock, you can have a dinner, you can sleep, you can eat. We don't need more. And with this simple structure, you can place program below, and you can also walk on top or get a shade. We also understood things that are meaningful for us, because we believe on memory, and time is significant today, that everything is quick and rushed. So we studied all the structures that were significant for us, trying to understand their orientation and their position in the world, like the Cuadrángulo de las Monjas in Uxmal, the Espacio Escultórico in Ciudad de México, the Teotihuacan temple with its big calzada, Monte Albán, and even the pyramids of Giza that I know we're gonna learn more later. Our ecoparque had exactly 200 meters on each side, similar to the big pyramid, and it is oriented to the north. And we might underestimate what north means, but that means creating a new tension with the sun, with the position of the stars, with the relationship of the reflection of the lagoon. We wanted to create a spot that would be recognized by the local population, a place that they would feel comfortable and that would make them part of a significant place. This place was when the equinox and the solstice and all these phenomena from the stars happened, and people went to walk there and to see it there. It is simple, minimum. It takes the risk to be unknown and to be unseen, but I believe that that type of architecture is the one that takes the risk of disappearing, but placing you in a position where you couldn't be before. And we really think that's the type of architecture we want to do and we want to work with, the one that disappears. We're still working with the community because we are engaged. This project took us a while in political issues, you know. The ones that protect the nature, they don't want humans or animals in two legs walking beside the nature. But we need to switch that mindset. And we work with the community today, trying to raise funds. So if anyone wants to put some money here, we're trying to do a local center below the structure to grab water, create some fountains of water, information center. We already have the skeleton to provide that. And we want to create this tension of understanding new ways of acting with nature, with the context, with the urban environment, but also structures that could be resilient, that could hear, and that would provide these opportunities of being, with the minimum efforts, the most. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my interest in gardening began in, I think, in the 70s. I went to different jobs and I ended up in a garden center. I became more curious. I started to buy plants, trees, shrubs. That was the start of my design interest, you know, really to create something for myself. And I became more and more passionate. And I think it took me a few years to find out what real design was. And I think real design or planting design is knowing your plants, looking at them, observing them, and that's it. That was the start of my career. The opportunity to do your work in public space, you meet millions of people with your work, even more than in a museum. Because who comes to a garden? Everybody that goes out into the city and meet your work accidentally or by purpose. I had that at the High Line, and I think that could happen at Calder as well. When you look at the High Line, 6 million people strolling that garden, you know, but there's also people that step into your planting, people that take photographs into your planting, and I think there's always more people that meet your work than you can imagine. I think that is also, for me, one of the important things of my work. The Highline is a linear garden. It's 2 kilometers long. You cannot walk to one ID of a garden. So on the Highline we have 12 different chapters. I think what we have at Calder is not linear, so we have to approach it different, but still it has chapters. I knew Calder already because it was one of my favorite sculpturalists. And I think the brief was, the building was there, it was surrounded by garden. So that was the brief, and a garden by me. And that was a good starting point. And then I sit down on my desk and put together a list of plans for every particular area. And I think from that list, I start to sketch. And think about what kind of ambience I can create over the whole garden. So I divided up the areas on my drawing. I start with the woodland area. I put down the trees first, and then underneath I put all these sort of ground covering plants. And then I move to the sort of meadow type of gardens and start to put those together. So we have 3 or 4 different concepts in that garden. Now the drawing gives you an idea, let's say not in color, but just in the idea of the different areas. And I put it in paper that every group of every plant is very clear to read for any contractor or everyone who helps to create the garden, but also for the gardener that takes care of the garden. And of course, when you work for a great architect, it will not change my work, it only makes my work better. When I work with Herzog and de Meuron, they believe in my work and they give me a certain freedom that I feel happy. Of course, there's always discussion about the infrastructure, the material to use outside the buildings, and I think I try to cooperate with the architect and know that what is used in the building and outside the building should not clash. I know what I do in my profession and they know what they do, and I think we need to create a line where we don't pass over, you know, to create a sort of harmony in design and building. I think the reflection of the mirrors, I think that worked because you see the landscape on the opposite side of the building as well. They're not real mirrors, they're blurred, and I think the blurring landscape on the opposite, yeah, it works very good for the mind and also for the eyes. I always loved Calder. I see the garden as complementary to his work and not trying to, you know, to make his work less and also not really to make his work more. I want to get people into the garden, and when they move to the garden, I want to have them different experiences. So grasses mixed with perennials, and there's some areas where a few plants dominate the planting. In general, every season has its high point. So we have, in the beginning, when let's say we're in January or February, the first bulbs come up as an expression of it's starting again, a new start of the seasons. Then we have the first flowering perennial plants, which often come up in the woodland areas. Then the meadow gardens, they start to flower, so it's one big succession of plants. Not at the same time over the whole garden, but there's some parts that start very early, some parts in the middle, and some parts later in the year. The plants after flowering are also very important. So when the plants are going into decay, they can see single flower and seed pods and more insects, and not only bees and butterflies, but you see the spiders and you see the small creatures. And I think that makes the garden so much more a sort of metaphor for life and living. You have to believe in yourself, but also your client has to believe in you as well. But most great gardens are the gardens that are taken care of. You can lose your garden within 2 years if there's no people that take care of your work. It's a living piece of art. It will be never complete, because let's say with the building you can say it's complete now, but the garden will never be complete because it's a constant process of plants that, have to grow into the future. I think I have no other hobbies, so I think, and I love my work, and I think that, I think it is, every time I start with let's say traveling is something maybe I don't like to do as much as I did before, but sitting on the table and sketching and thinking about new gardens, that is, it is a sort of in my system. So I cannot take it out because then there's nothing left. So I keep on going.
Please welcome to the stage the founders of Tropical Space.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là văn phòng Tropical Space. Tôi là Trần Thị Ngụ Ngôn.
Tôi là Nguyễn Hải Long.
Good morning. We come from Tropical Space. My name is Trần Thị Ngụ Ngôn and my name is Nguyễn Hải Long.
Chúng tôi đến từ thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, miền Nam Việt Nam.
We come from Ho Chi Minh City, the south of Vietnam.
Trước tiên chúng tôi muốn cảm ơn The World Around Summit 2026 đã đưa chúng tôi đến MoMA New York hôm nay.
First of all, I would like to thank the World Around Summit 2026 for bringing us to MoMA, New York today.
Ở thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, nơi chúng tôi đang sống, là một thành phố đông đúc. Chúng tôi chỉ có hai mùa mưa và mùa nắng. Mọi người vừa mới chào đón cơn mưa đầu mùa ở tuần vừa rồi. Sau những ngày nóng nhất của năm 2026, nhiệt độ đã có lúc lên tới 38 độ C.
In Ho Chi Minh City, where we live, is a very crowded city. We only have two seasons, the rainy and the dry seasons. This week, we just welcomed the first seasonal rain after the hottest day of 2026, when the temperature reached times 38 degrees Celsius, about 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit.
Chúng tôi thành lập văn phòng Tropical Space năm 2011. Thực hành kiến trúc của chúng tôi dựa trên việc trải nghiệm, quan sát và thấu hiểu những hành vi của con người trong bối cảnh khí hậu nhiệt đới.
We established Tropical Space office in 2011. Our architectural practice is based on experiencing, observing, and understanding human interaction in the tropical climate environment.
Sống trong nhiệt đới nên chúng tôi đã học cách ứng xử với vật liệu bản địa, nhân công địa phương và sự tương tác của kiến trúc với con người và thiên nhiên xung quanh trong sự đa dạng của bối cảnh.
Living in the tropics, we have learned how to work with the local material, local labor, and the interaction of architecture with people and surrounding nature in diverse settings.
Kiến trúc của chúng tôi được dệt lên từ những vật liệu như gạch nung, một loại vật liệu có sẵn ở các địa điểm, bất cứ địa điểm xây dựng nào của địa phương. Gạch nung giúp chúng tôi tạo ra những cấu trúc xốp rỗng, thông khí để kiến trúc có thể thở trong môi trường khí hậu nhiệt đới.
Our architecture is woven from materials such as fired bricks, a material available at any construction site in Vietnam. Fire bricks help us create porous, hollow, ventilated structure so that architecture can breathe in the tropical environment.
Việc xây dựng bằng gạch nung cũng tôn vinh sự đóng góp của những người thợ thủ công trong quá trình hình thành một dự án.
Building with fired bricks also honor the contribution of craftsmen in the process of forming a project.
Đó là sự sáng tạo tập thể nhưng vẫn chấp nhận bản sắc của cá nhân trong cái bối cảnh ngành xây dựng hiện đại đang bị đồng nhất hóa.
It is a collective creation, but it still accepts individual identity in the context of the modern construction industry being homogenized.
Kể từ ngày thành lập năm 2011 đến nay, thực hành của chúng tôi dần hiểu và làm rõ kiến trúc trong môi trường khí hậu nhiệt đới là kiến trúc cần phải được nhúng nó vào môi trường nơi nó hiện diện, dù là ở trong đô thị chật chội hay một khu tái định cư, một khu ở giàu có hay một xóm lao động nghèo. Mọi yếu tố vật chất của bối cảnh sẽ ngấm sâu, thẩm thấu vào bên trong kiến trúc để cùng tồn tại và phát triển bền vững.
Since our establishment in 2011 until now, our practice has gradually understood and clarified architecture in the tropical environment, that architecture needs to be immersed into the environment where it exists, whether in a dense urban area, a resettlement area, a wealthy neighborhood, or a poor labor community. All material elements context will deeply penetrate, absorb into coexist and develop sustainably.
Hôm nay, chúng tôi muốn giới thiệu dự án gần đây của chúng tôi, đó là một xưởng sản xuất gốm. Nó nằm trên dòng chảy của con sông Thu Bồn miền Trung Việt Nam. Con sông là huyết mạch của đời sống người dân Quảng Nam, làm giàu cho văn hóa vật chất và lịch sử của vùng đất này.
Today, we would like to introduce our recent project, which is a pottery production workshop located along the flow of the Thu Bồn River, central Vietnam. The river is the lifeline of the people of Quảng Nam province, enriching the culture, material life, and history of this land.
Con sông cũng cho nguồn đất sét để tạo ra những ngôi đền Champa cổ kính và huyền bí. Hãy nhìn ra phía bên kia con sông Thu Bồn, đó chính là kinh đô đầu tiên của vương quốc Champa đã biến mất, Trà Kiệu, hay còn được gọi là Simhapura, được dựng nên từ thế kỷ thứ 4 đến thế kỷ thứ 9.
The river also provides the clay that created the ancient and mysterious Champa temples. Let's look to the other side of the Thu Bồn River. That is the first capital of the lost Champa kingdom, Trà Kiệu, or called Simhapura, built from the 4th to the 9th century.
Và đây là thánh địa Mỹ Sơn, nơi tổ chức cúng tế của các vương triều vương quốc Champa từ thế kỷ thứ 4. Thánh địa ghi dấu một quần thể những ngôi đền bằng gạch nung độc đáo và đầy bí ẩn trong kỹ thuật xây dựng.
And this is Mỹ Sơn Sanctuary, where the ritual ceremonies of the Champa dynasty was held from the 4th century. The sanctuary marks a complex of unique fired brick temples and full of mystery in the construction techniques.
Mặt khác, sông Thu Bồn cũng thường mang đến lũ hàng năm vào tháng 10. Nước sẽ dâng tràn qua toàn bộ quang cảnh và nhấn chìm mặt đất dưới nước. Người dân địa phương đã quen với cái cách sắp xếp cuộc sống của họ để thích ứng với quy luật lũ của dòng sông. Khi nước dâng cao, họ di chuyển tất cả các đồ đạc lên trên gác mái. Chờ khi nước rút xuống thì mọi người sẽ xuống dọn dẹp nhà cửa của họ và trợ giúp cho những người hàng xóm.
On the other hand, the Thu Bồn River often brings floods yearly, often in October, water rising across the entire landscape and submerging the ground underwater. Local people have become accustomed to arranging their lives to adapt to the flood cycle of the river. When the water rises, they move all belongings to the attic. When the water recedes, people will come down to clean their houses and help their neighbors cleaning up.
Nguồn đất sét đỏ ở đây rất thích hợp cho việc phát triển nghề gốm. Trong thực tế, làng nghề thủ công ở Việt Nam đang đứng trước cái nguy cơ biến mất trong thời đại công nghiệp và kỷ nguyên số. Thế hệ trẻ không còn sự kiên nhẫn với công việc chậm rãi và thu nhập thấp.
The red clay source here is very suitable for developing pottery craft. In reality, craft villages in Vietnam are also facing the risk of disappearing. in this industrial age and digital camp era, when the younger generation no longer has patience for slow-paced work with low income.
Nghệ nhân Lê Đức Hạ sinh năm 1960, người được nhận danh hiệu nghệ nhân nhân dân. Đây là danh hiệu cao nhất của nghệ nhân vì những cái đóng góp to lớn của ông cho nền nghệ thuật và nghề truyền thống thủ công tại Việt Nam.
Artisan Lê Đức Hạ was born in 1960, who has been awarded the title People's Artisan by the government of Vietnam, the highest title for artisans for his great contribution to art and traditional crafts for the country.
Sinh ra trong gia đình làm nghề gốm thủ công truyền thống, ông ấy đã quyết định chọn gốm đất nung. Sự lựa chọn này thể hiện sự gắn bó của ông và gia đình với địa chất, lịch sử, ký ức và tri thức của vương quốc Champa đã bị lãng quên.
Born into a traditional pottery craft family, he decided to choose terracotta pottery. This choice shows his and his family attachment to the geology, history, memory, and knowledge of the forgotten Champa kingdom.
Trước đây, ông ấy thường ngồi sáng tác ở bụi tre, bên cạnh con sông, nơi có gió mát và bóng râm. Những tác phẩm gốm của ông ấy tạo ra trong tiếng chim hót, âm thanh của rặng tre và cả tiếng sóng vỗ nhịp.
In the old days, he often sat and worked on his creation under a bamboo grove. Beside the river, where is nice breeze and cool shades, the pottery work were created in the sound of birds singing, the sound of bamboo grove, and also the rhythm of the waves.
Tuy nhiên, các tác phẩm của ông ấy không được bảo quản và gìn giữ tốt, đặc biệt là sau mỗi mùa lụt, tác phẩm bị hư hỏng khá nhiều.
However, his work were not well preserved and maintained, especially after flood season. Many works were damaged.
Vào năm 2016, cách đây 10 năm, chúng tôi đã thiết kế cho ông ấy một studio. Đây là nơi ông ấy vừa có thể sáng tác và vừa là nơi ông ấy có thể trưng bày các tác phẩm cho mọi người đến thưởng lãm.
In 2016, 10 years ago, we designed a studio for him. It is both a place where he creates and a place where he can display his works for people to visit and admire.
Ông ấy muốn một cái xưởng làm việc nhưng vẫn cho ông ấy cảm giác như đang làm việc ở bụi tre, nơi có bóng mát, đầy gió và cả tiếng chim hót. Tuy nhiên vì đây là vùng ngập lụt, đỉnh lũ đo được ở điểm này là 2 mét. Vì thế, chúng tôi phải trưng bày các tác phẩm của ông ấy ở trên độ cao 2,5 mét trở lên, phòng khi đỉnh lũ có thể tăng lên do biến đổi khí hậu.
He wanted to work in a studio, and it still gives him the feelings as if he's working under a bamboo grove, where there's nice shades, breeze, and also birds singing. However, this is a flooding area, and the flood peaks measure at this size about 2 meters, about 6.5 feet. Therefore, we display and preserve his work from the elevation of 2.5 meters, about 8.2 feet, and above, in case the flood peak may increase due to climate change.
Chúng tôi đã thiết kế ở trung tâm studio một bàn xoay trong không gian thông tầng. Đây là nơi tạo ra các tác phẩm của nghệ nhân.
We design at the center of the studio a manual pottery wheel in a double height space. This is where the artisan's work are created.
Người nghệ nhân và tác phẩm của mình có sự tương tác với ánh mặt trời từ lúc bình minh cho đến chạng vạng.
The artisan and his work interact with sunlight from dawn to dusk.
Ta có thể bắt gặp sự đối thoại giữa nghệ sĩ và tác phẩm, cũng như nghệ sĩ và cái bóng của chính mình trong sự tĩnh lặng.
We can witness the dialogue between the artist and the work, as well as the artist and his own shadow in the stillness.
Không gian trưng bày trên tầng 2 dành cho những người yêu gốm đến thưởng lãm. Hành lang giao thông và kệ gỗ trưng bày là một khối liên kết với nhau, làm cho người tham quan không chỉ quan sát nghệ thuật mà còn tham gia vào câu chuyện trong không gian. Khi ranh giới giữa kiến trúc, môi trường thiên nhiên, tác phẩm trưng bày và người xem dần bị xóa mờ, ánh sáng tự nhiên làm cho điều này như một trình tự trải nghiệm.
The exhibition space on the second floor is for pottery lovers to visit and admire. The circulation corridor and wooden display shelves are connected pieces, helping visitors not only observe the art, but also participate in a spatial story where the boundary between architecture, natural environment, exhibited works, and viewers is gradually blurred. natural light turns this place into a journey of personal experience.
Khối hộp gạch rỗng kích thước 7 m x 7 m và cao 7 m là một khối hình hộp lập phương đơn giản. Nó như một sự khởi đầu của tác phẩm của nghệ nhân Lê Đức Hạ. Chúng tôi thiết kế nó như hiển nhiên nó đã ở đây từ rất lâu. Một khối đất sét được kéo lên từ mặt đất, hiện hữu nhưng không lấn át, chứa đựng nhưng không chứa đựng. Nó hòa quyện với các tác phẩm gốm và nhúng sâu vào thiên nhiên.
The hollow brick box, 7 meter high, 7 meter wide, and 7 meter deep, about 23 feet each, is like a beginning of each work of artisan Lê Đức Hạ. We designed it as if it has been there for a long time. A mass of clay pulled up from the ground, present but not taking over, belong but not possessive. It blends with the pottery works and immerses deeply into the nature.
Bên cạnh đó, sau nhiều đợt bão và lũ lụt, đặc biệt là một trận bão nhiệt đới vào năm 2022, nhà xưởng sản xuất gốm bên cạnh Terra gần như bị hư hại và không còn hoạt động được nữa.
After many storms and floods, especially a tropical storm in 2022, the pottery workshop next to Terracotta studio was almost damaged and could no longer operate.
Mưa bão đã làm cho hệ mái và các vách nhẹ bằng tôn hư hỏng hoàn toàn. Thứ còn sót lại sau trận bão gió là lò nung gốm. Xe bằng gạch nung được dựng nên và tồn tại hơn 2 thập kỷ. Từ ngày nghệ nhân khởi nghiệp và nung mẻ gốm đầu tiên cho đến nay. Và nghệ nhân vẫn muốn tiếp tục sử dụng lò nung kỷ niệm của gia đình.
Storms had completely damaged the roof and lightweight corrugated metal walls. What remains after many storms is the kiln built with fired bricks that has existed for more than 2 decades, from the day the artisan started his career and fired the first batch until now. And the artisan still wants to continue until using the family's memorial kiln.
Năm 2023, cô con gái của nghệ nhân Lê Đức Hạ đã tiếp cận được gói vay lãi suất thấp với mong muốn tái thiết khu xưởng sản xuất sau thiên tai trong khuôn viên của Terracotta Việt Nam. Mặt khác, cô ấy cũng muốn vực dậy công việc kinh doanh của xưởng đang được rất trì trệ sau đại dịch Covid-19.
In 2023, the daughter of the artisan Lê Đức Hạ secured a low-interest loan package with the intention to rebuild the production workshop after the disaster with the Terracotta Vietnam area. On the other hand, she also wants to revive the business of the workshop, which has been very stagnant since the COVID-19 pandemic.
Và một điều cũng rất thú vị là chúng tôi biết tin người thợ chính xây dựng được cô ấy chọn để xây dựng cái xưởng cũng là người con của người thợ chính đã xây dựng studio năm 2016.
And one very interesting thing is that we learned that the main builder she chose to build the new workshop is the son of the main builder who built the studio in 2016.
Và nhà xưởng đã được hoàn thành và đưa vào sử dụng từ cuối năm 2023.
The workshop was completed and put into use at the end of 2023.
Vì ngân sách rất là giới hạn nên chúng tôi chia một nửa ngân sách cho việc xây dựng 3 bức tường, một bức tường thẳng, một bức tường gấp khúc và một bức tường cong ôm lấy cái lò nung cũ.
The construction budget is very limited. Therefore, we invested half of the budget in building 3 main walls to define the main spaces. One long wall, one folded wall, and one cylindrical wall surrounding the old kiln.
Một nửa ngân sách còn lại chúng tôi dùng để làm hệ công sắt. Hệ công sắt vừa dùng để làm kệ kết hợp với chịu lực cho hệ mái là bằng tôn. 3 bức tường cũng chia hoạt động của xưởng thành 3 khu vực chính.
The remaining half of the budget is to use to build the steel frame system. The steel frame is used both as shelving and as a structural support for the corrugated metal roof. The 3 walls also divide the workshop and activities into 3 main zones.
Khu vực màu vàng là nơi trải nghiệm cho khách đến va chạm với đất. Khu vực màu xanh, nơi làm việc thường ngày của những người thợ công, những người thợ thủ công nằm bên phía bờ sông. Và khu vực màu hồng, nơi đặt lò nung gốm, cũng là nơi tác phẩm gốm được hình thành.
The yellow area is a place for visitors to experience and try to touch clay. The blue area is daily working place for the craftsmen by the riverside. And the pink area is a place of the kiln, also where pottery works are formed.
Khu vực sản xuất nằm bên trái và khu vực trải nghiệm cho khách nằm bên tay phải.
The production areas is on the left and creative experimental space for visitor is on the right.
Và đây là cái lò nung gốm.
This is the pottery firing area, the kiln.
Những bức tường gạch cao tạo ra vùng bóng râm.
The high brick walls create shaded areas.
Độ dày và mật độ đặc rỗng của tường được tính toán và sắp xếp, giúp định hướng luồng gió và tránh mưa tạt.
The thickness and solid void density of the walls are calculated and arranged to direct airflow and prevent wind-driven rain.
Các ô cửa ở tầng thấp hạn chế góc nắng, đồng thời cho phép nước đi vào và đi ra trong mùa lũ.
The openings at low level limit the sun angle, at the same time allowing water to flow in and out during flood season.
Bức tường gạch không chỉ phân chia không gian, mặt khác độ mở của chúng ở tầng thấp cũng chính là thứ kết nối mọi không gian và tầm nhìn.
The brick walls not only divide space, but its openness at low level also connects all spaces and views.
Mỗi khi ngồi xuống, những ô tường rộng thấp dưới tầm mắt sẽ giúp mở rộng tầm nhìn đến những góc khác nhau trong xưởng gốm, ra tận khu vườn và đến tận bờ sông.
When sitting down, the low, hollow opening below eye level help expand views to different corners of the pottery workshop, to the garden, all the way to the river.
Kiến trúc tạo ra những vùng bóng râm mát lành, khuyến khích những người thợ thủ công tự do trong các hoạt động, hành vi và lựa chọn vị trí làm việc và tương tác với nhau.
Architecture create cool shades area, encouraging craftsmen to be free in activities, actions, choosing working position and interacting with each other.
Đây là nồi nung gốm hơn 2 thập kỷ đỏ lửa.
This is the kiln burning for more than 2 decades.
Nghệ nhân Lê Đức Hạ muốn giữ lại cái lò nung kỷ niệm khi ông ấy gây dựng sự nghiệp cùng với người vợ quá cố của mình.
Artisan Lê Đức Hạ wants to keep the memorial kiln where he built his career with his late wife.
Chúng tôi thiết kế một bức tường gạch hình trụ tròn ôm cái lò nung cũ, tạo thành một khối đơn giản và tĩnh lặng. Vùng trống bên trong đó giữa hai cấu trúc cũ và mới tạo ra một cơ hội làm rõ nét và tôn vinh các hoạt động thường ngày của thợ thủ công từ trước đến nay chưa được nhìn thấy và cảm nhận một cách trọn vẹn.
We designed a tube-shaped brick wall enclosing the old kiln, forming a simple and quiet space. The space between the old and new structures create an opportunity to clarify and honor the daily activities of craftsmen that have never been fully seen and experienced before.
Ở bên trong bức tường, chúng ta sẽ nhìn rõ hơn quá trình hoàn thiện của một mẻ nung gốm đất, từ thao tác đầu tiên như dịch chuyển, nhóm lửa, thêm củi.
Inside the wall, we will see clearly the process of completing a batch of terracotta, from the first action such as moving materials, lighting fire, adding wood.
Khi thấy làn khói trắng bốc lên qua ô cửa sổ trời, điều đó báo hiệu một mẻ gốm thủ công truyền thống chuẩn bị ra lò.
When seeing white smoke rising through the skylight, it signals a traditional handmade pottery batch is about to be fired.
Bên trong lò nung, các hoạt động của người thợ thủ công cũng được nâng đỡ trở nên gọn gàng, nhịp nhàng và đẹp mắt hơn. Khác với xưởng cũ trước kia, tư thế, dáng dấp, động tác, cả cơ thể, đôi tay và giọt mồ hôi của người thợ được xem như là thường tình vì quá quen thuộc. Nhưng khi lò nung được tái sinh, mọi thứ thân thuộc của người thợ được chất chiêu và tôn vinh.
Inside the kiln, the activities of the craftsmen are also supported to become organized, rhythmic, and visual pleasing. Unlike the old workshop, right now, posture, gestures, the whole body, hands, and sweat of the craftsmen were considered ordinary before they were used to it, because they were used to it. But when the kiln is reborn, everything was used to of the craftsman is cherished and honored.
Mỗi tháng, lò nung chỉ hoạt động một lần sau khi đã được chất gốm vào đầy kín lò.
Each month, the kiln operates only once after being fully loaded with pottery.
Những ngày còn lại, tầng mái là nơi lý tưởng để thư giãn, ngắm nhìn khung cảnh làng quê ở Quảng Nam.
On the remaining days, the roof level is an ideal place to relax and observe the Quảng Nam countryside scenery.
Xỉ gạch gốm là vật liệu bao gồm những viên gạch bị bể và còn thừa sau khi thi công, hoàn thành xây dựng, cộng thêm với một số sản phẩm gốm bị bể trong quá trình nung. Tất cả được đập vỡ và rơi đều xuống mặt đất, vừa có thể giúp thẩm thấu nước mưa và giữ ấm cho không gian sườn gốm.
Brick pottery aggregate is a material including broken and leftover bricks after construction, plus some pottery products broken during firing. All are crushed and spread evenly on the ground to both help absorb rainwater and retain moisture for the workshop space.
Vật liệu làm từ đất sét lại được trở về với đất nơi đã sinh ra nó.
The materials made from clay then return back to the earth where it was born.
Gạch nung dùng cho xây dựng tại xưởng gốm là loại gạch được sản xuất tại địa phương. Kết cấu xốp của gạch giúp hấp thụ độ ẩm và nhiệt độ để duy trì vi khí hậu bên trong không gian ở mức độ thoải mái.
Fired bricks used for construction are locally produced. The porous structure helps absorb humidity and temperature to maintain a comfortable microclimate inside the space.
Và đây là những hình ảnh của xưởng gốm trong trận lụt 2025 vừa qua. Trận lụt lớn nhất từ 50 năm đổ lại đây đã làm cho nhiều khu vực ở miền Trung Việt Nam bị nhấn chìm trong nước. Thực tế thì mực nước đã lên cao hơn trong tấm hình này, nhưng chúng tôi không có hình ảnh vì lúc đó là toàn bộ hệ thống điện đã bị ngắt và mọi người phải tìm nơi trú ẩn an toàn và cũng hạn chế để di chuyển ra ngoài.
And here are the images of the pottery workshop during the recent 2025 flood, the largest flood in the past 50 years, which submerged many areas in central Vietnam underwater. In fact, the water level rose much higher than in these images, but we do not have images at the flood peak because at that time the entire electrical system was cut off, everyone had to evacuate, and also we have to limit going outside.
Sống trong nhiệt đới có mùa lũ hàng năm, chúng tôi hiểu rằng lụt là một phần tất yếu của tự nhiên. Dù không chào đón, nó vẫn đến. Dù không giữ lại, nó vẫn đi. Chúng ta không thể cản trở sức mạnh của dòng nước. Con người không thể thắng được thiên nhiên. Nếu chúng ta sống hài hòa với trật tự tự nhiên, chúng ta sẽ nhận ra cả giới hạn và những món quà của nó. Lụt không chỉ mang đến sự tàn phá mà mang đến đất đai màu mỡ hơn, sản vật và nguồn nguyên liệu thô. Nếu không có sự gắn kết sâu sắc với đất đai, chúng ta có thể bỏ lỡ sự giận dữ, niềm vui hay những thay đổi tinh tế của thiên nhiên.
Living in the tropics with annual flood season, we understand that it is an inevitable part of the nature. Whether we welcome it, it still comes. Whether we want to keep it, it still leaves. We cannot resist the power of the water flow. Humans cannot defeat nature. If we live in the harmony with natural order, we will recognize both its limits and its gifts. Floods not only bring destruction, but also bring more fertile land, products, and raw materials. Without a deep connection with the land, we may miss the anger, the joy, or subtle changes of nature.
Khi thiết kế và xây dựng xưởng, chúng tôi đã nghĩ đến khả năng không thể gia hạn hợp đồng này để thuê khu đất của nhà nước. Trong trường hợp đó, khu xưởng đất nung sẽ trở thành tài sản của làng và tiếp tục được người dân sử dụng. Giống như những mảnh gốm và gạch vỡ đang được trả về với đất, tòa nhà có thể một ngày nào đó sẽ trở thành một phần của cộng đồng từ nơi mà nó đã hình thành.
When designed and building the workshop, we considered the possibility of not being able to extend the lease contract of this land from the state. In that case, the Terra Cotta workshop will become the property of the village and continue to be used by local people. Like broken pottery and brick pieces returning to the earth, the building may one day become part of the community from where it was formed.
Mà thực tế thì nó đã trở thành một phần của cộng đồng với những đợt khách đến và đi mang theo niềm vui và kỷ niệm với đất và gốm.
In reality, it has become a part of the community with visitors coming and going, carrying joy and memories with clay and pottery.
Thậm chí các hoạt động văn hóa, nghệ thuật ngoài mong đợi được các bạn trẻ mang đến. Các bạn tìm thấy sự kết nối giữa gốm và âm nhạc, giữa nghệ thuật và thủ công.
Even unexpected cultural and artistic activities were brought by young people. They find connections between pottery and music, between art and crafts.
Not yet, we still have one more.
cảm ơn vì đã lắng nghe chúng tôi.
Thank you for listening.
Welcome to the stage, Peggy Weil.
Hello, my name is Peggy Weil. I'm an artist living in Los Angeles. I'm honored, humbled actually, to be included in this program of such extraordinary projects and designers. So thank you so much to the World Around and to MoMA for the invitation, and to all of you, who I can't really see, for being here. These are exhibition shots of core memory. These are two works, 88 cores and 18 cores, on view now in MoMA's atrium lobby. I call these works extended landscapes, but I'm using the term landscape a bit differently than we've heard it this morning. I'm not an architect, so I'm using it in the sense of portraiture. So these are landscape portraits, extended because I'm looking outside the traditional frames, not only viewfinder frames, but frames of reference, frames of mind. So this brings me to realms beneath our feet, above our heads, and back in time. And for this audience, that often means a vertical section, and for these pieces. So these are landscape portraits of two places, the Greenland ice sheet and the Salton Sea, two locations of extreme environmental vulnerability. But they are fundamentally, primarily about time. In the extended landscape, ice is not solid, the earth is not still. The aquifer or groundwater, at least in Los Angeles, maybe not in Mexico, is not blue. The space between us right now is not empty, and the sea is never level. Wait for one more. So this is the beginning of 88 cores. It is a 4-hour, 30-minute descent through the Greenland ice sheet. You're looking at core 1. This is snow that fell in 1989. Towards the end, we are deeper and older. This is over 3,000 meters. You can see some dirt from the surface of Greenland mixed with the ice, and it's dated over 110,000 years. The cores are constantly in a constant linear pan upwards. This is intended to create a physical embodied illusion of descent, as if riding down an elevator, maybe the kind with a window or a scaffold, down this vertical section. The scale, especially here and on this screen, is meant to be immersive. Both of these locations are so much bigger and deeper and older than we are. In 2016, when I learned that mile-long poles of ice, that was the working title originally of the project, Ice Pole, were stored in individual 1-meter canisters, I simply and instantaneously just wanted to put one back together again. Imagine, if you will, that all the world's redwood trees had been cut up and stored in these 1-meter canisters. We would be denied the experience of the magnificence of even one redwood tree. So this is what I was after. By summer of 2017, I was able to visit the NSF Ice Core facility. And yes, it's cold in there. And begin working with them on this project. I've chosen my ice core in Greenland and learned something about them. Ice cores are called paleothermometers, or proxy thermometers for climate. Snow, over the years, over tens of thousands of years, gradually compresses into layers of ice. Particulates in the snow, pollen, pollution, volcanic ash, settle in these layers, which can be counted like tree rings. This is a layer of volcanic ash dated back 45 to 50,000 years. Air bubbles in the ice hold ancient air, which provides evidence for ancient atmosphere. These are working cores. So you'll see plastic, the occasional staple, writing, marking, a chunk pulled out. Our view of this landscape of the Greenland ice sheet cannot be separated from the human process of excavation, study, handling, and storage. Likewise, it is colored, literally colored by our human perceptual apparatus. Ice isn't blue, it isn't green, it's ice, it's white. These colors are a result of the lighting and the change in lighting and scanning techniques used over the decade that it was scanned. So this brings us to 18 cores, which descends another 3,000 meters below the Salton seabed. These are a collage of 18 cores from a geothermal investigation under the Salton Sea, also in the late 80s. It also animates upward. The individual cores are animated extremely, almost imperceptibly slowly. This is a gesture towards the constant motion of this location. It's sited on the San Andreas Fault. Its stores of geothermal and lithium are in dialogue with very current and local environmental and social and cultural impact. In closing, while both of these works are a constant linear scroll up, I hope you experience it as the inverse of a social media scrolling experience, even doom scrolling. The extended landscape is an extended moment. So it's a moment, an opportunity to situate ourselves in a moment in time. I will be in the atrium during the break, and so I hope to see some of you there. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, Zewde.
The word landscape, as we use it today, comes out of a 17th century European tradition. It originally referred to a picture of a view, something composed for the eye, often from a position of control. That idea shaped an entire profession known as landscape gardening, an antecedent of landscape architecture, where land was arranged to reflect power, ownership, and perspective. This is an American folk art painting titled The Plantation, created in the early 19th century by an unknown artist depicting an idealized landscape reflective of this relationship. The image that the landscape was designed around was often one from or to the building in an expression of dominion over the land. In my own life, Hurricane Katrina was a rupture. I grew up on the Gulf Coast, in Louisiana and in Texas, and Katrina made me question this very basic aspect of our relationship to the earth. It ushered in an immediate awareness that we can no longer understand and should no longer understand landscape as an image, but as cultural and ecological systems, as a series of relationships unfolding through time. And today, under the pressures of climate change, social transformation, and political reckoning, landscape architecture is being challenged and pushed away from the design, the arranging of landscapes into expressions of dominion, and towards forms of stewardship that recognize we are inseparable from the complex, dynamic systems we inhabit. This realization set me on a path of reading and exploration and questioning, searching for ways and inputs to wield the tools of this profession looking for frameworks that help inspire this mode of practice. I found myself deeply influenced by the writing of Toni Morrison, particularly her idea of remembering. If dismembering is the breaking apart of lifeways through colonization, displacement, or environmental change, then remembering them is the constant work of reassembly. It's the making of resilience, cultural and ecological. And what's powerful is that this work is never finished. It's ongoing, it's collective, and it depends on change itself as a medium. It sharpened the idea for me that if change in our landscapes is constant, how can landscape architecture shift from a medium of control of the land towards becoming a medium that empowers us to become active participants in the constant dynamism of the land itself? I've come to think of landscape architecture as a participant in this process, as a practice that supports remembering, that supports what endures, even as everything is in flux. And so through practice, through research, and through all these modes of inquiry, I've been exploring this through my work, primarily through the practice of landscape architecture and the principle of a full-service landscape architecture firm based here in New York City. And through this work, we're constantly evolving the frameworks and the questions that started for me after the storm. And so just a few of the projects, the range of geographic and ecological and cultural contexts really allow us to, again, to explore these questions from different perspectives, including the recently opened garden at the Studio Museum. We work, take these ideas even to the residential scale, through the tactical scales, and in the public realm. Today, the project that I'll share with you is a landscape at Dia Beacon. It's a project that has allowed us to explore these questions through the revisiting of the history of the museum and its relationship to the ground. What's striking is that the modern museum emerges at the same moment in history as the idea of landscape, and their lineage is the same. The museum is a product of similar factors that produced landscapes of control: the colonization of faraway lands, the associated accumulation of wealth, and in many ways, they inherit a spatial logic rooted in control and ownership of land and objects. The grounds of these museums were designed using landscape architecture as flattened expressions of the land. Aprons to the museum as a monument of power, flat to support the building and the overwhelm of the human body. The ground of the museum fashioned much like the white walls inside. Much of our tradition of museums today remain remnant of this tradition. The land's axis of the orientation is the building. The museum is the center of gravity of the earth around it, the land often treated like an object in the collection itself. But today, museums are undergoing profound shifts. They're questioning their role in society, their relationships to communities, to climate, to the very idea of collecting and ownership. There's a movement towards thinking of museums not as isolated objects, but as institutions embedded in larger systems, which raises questions like, what if the museum is of the ground it sits on, a part of the systems it inhabits? Can the museum be more than just an institution imposed on a place, but a neighbor? Can the design of its landscape help to facilitate that? Can the museum be a steward of land? What if its landscape is not an accessory, but a central part of its cultural work? So our process beginning to design a landscape at Dia Beacon really began with understanding the complex system that it sits in, this being the river that runs both ways, the Hudson River. And in speaking with Wappinger and Lenape people, in our conversations about this land, they shared with us this idea that we are all just passing through. That in the Western tradition, we often name people after, we name landscapes after people, but in the Native tradition, you name people after landscapes because we are all just passing through. It's a landscape that always persists. And that really set the ground for the work that we do here. And so we began to, uncover, for instance, the Indian deed of sale between 22 Wappinger people who made marks on the paper in a language that they didn't speak. And the history of slavery here in Dutchess County at a time when there were more enslaved people in the state of New York than in Georgia. In looking at the history of the site further, you can see here the property of Dia Beacon in red. And what this reveals is that it actually sat in the historic floodplain of the Hudson River. And so we began to, again, explore the history of the site as a brick-making facility and as a Nabisco printing facility for the boxes. And through the mid-20th century, the impact of urban renewal and the collapse of local businesses, at a time leading into the 1960s and the rise of the environmental movement and the founding of what is a counter institution, the Dia Art Foundation, a foundation that would support land art through the 60s, 70s, and into today. And in 1998, they acquired this property in Beacon, New York. And the northern portion of the property was designed by the artist Robert Irwin. 2012 was a critical moment for Dia. As it clarified their vulnerability, there was flooding of the site, given its position along the river, and it sits effectively in a bathtub. And the museum was on the brink of catastrophic flooding. And in following 2020 and the murder of George Floyd, they were also grappling with what many institutions were grappling with and taking the moment to reflect on the ways they do things as an institution. And both the 2012 moment and the 2020 moment kind of culminated in our commissioning to design these 8 acres south of the museum. This is it prior to our work. Robert Irwin, in designing the northern portion of the site and the gallery spaces, was really inspired by the history of industry here and organized both the landscape and the gallery spaces along this axis that was reflective and parallel to the railroad. And so everything was organized around this axis. And yet, when we spoke with Wappinger and Lenape people, their orientation and understanding of the land was actually in the opposite direction. It was about getting to the river. It was access to the river. And in fact, the site of Dia Beacon was an important place of portage across the river. And seasonally, that meant that you could cross the river and share access geographies otherwise more difficult to access, share technologies with different people. And so this ritual, the seasonal ritual of portage, is tied to the site of Dia Beacon. And so this was an early concept sketch that really got us moving in a particular direction. The idea here being that a series of landforms would amplify the relationship to the river and to the ritual of portage and crossing the river. And these landforms would also allow water to come back, allow the river to be here, allow the water to come back to where it always wanted to be. And even in pulling from the legacy of land art that the foundation has supported over these decades, the idea that water, as its expression here is amplified, could be a way, an invitation for people to come and understand the changing presence of water across seasons, but across our lifetimes and beyond, and that the landscape could be a kind of stage for that. And, in the same moment, it's protecting the building from the flooding that led to the commission of the work. It brought me back to Toni Morrison's writing in an essay called Sites of Memory. She writes, "Floods is the word they use, but in fact it is not flooding, it is remembering. Remembering where it used to be. All water has a perfect memory and is forever trying to get back to where it was. And so we worked with clay to explore the sculptural qualities of these landforms. We worked with Sherwood civil engineers on calibrating the volumes of these structural landforms to the projections of storm events. And so you can see here, for instance, oh, wrong button. You can see here the vulnerability of the building and the way in which it sits in this bathtub, and how these forms then actually protect the building, but also make present the presence of water. And we translated all of these studies into construction documents. Our explorations of the way in which history is present in the land itself actually led to a material palette. So we committed to using materials for the project that came from the site itself. This was a kind of exercise. This is how we were taking stock of everything that we found on the site. And in that way, the material of the landscape is a kind of memorial in and of itself. We worked with Larry Wiener Associates, who are meadow specialists, to develop a palette, a series of palettes, actually. They kind of constructed them into 4 different categories, mixes of meadows, each calibrated to different aspects of the site, as well as different levels of moisture in the land. And we worked through a choreography of seasonality, plants that are adaptive to the site, but also important to the ethnobotany of this place. We planted almost 400 trees here as well. So 380 trees and shrubs, 25 native species, 95% of that lawn that you saw in the image originally converted into meadows, and over 90 species of native meadow plants. And so you can see in these renderings the ways in which the sculptural forms really invite one to move through this landscape. And the various mixes of meadows highlighting those forms. And the micro-topographies also kind of illuminating the ways in which water is held in these forms. The tops of the forms then are in places of promenade and prospect, giving views out into the lower basins on either side and towards the museum, and where you see the drier, sunnier grasses up top. And down below in the low basins then, this more exuberant mix of wet meadows. And this project could have been done by a civil engineer. It's an infrastructure project. But what might it mean when landscape architecture is involved in this way? How do we weave together culture and ecology and use that to surface new forms, new rituals, and fortify ones that we've been engaged in for generations? Again, these forms then are also, these landscapes are places to come and understand our changing climate. Those sculptural forms designed to flood and designed around our relationship to the presence of water. So if you know the Dia Beacon space, this is an image from the Sandback Gallery prior to the start of the project, looking out into the southern landscape. This was in early construction, beginning to move some earth around. You can see even in the rough grading the ways in which the subtle forms are already starting to hold water. And this is where we're headed. Take a step outside of the building and get a sense of the way in which seasonal expression is a part of the invitation to continue to come back to this landscape. And you all are invited to come. to see this landscape. We're letting nature take her course, and you can watch from this window until the full opening in 2027. And yeah, if in the meantime, you're welcome to enjoy the garden developing and unfolding and changing, much like these photos suggest from the Sandback Gallery. But in reflection, you know, the question of remembering stays with me, and how does design engage the practice of enduring, of resilience, cultural and ecological, in the context of change? Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, McGetrick.
Okay. Afternoon, everyone. I tell you, I'm Brendan. I'm perhaps best known as the guy in that video who doesn't know about ducks. But I also will say I'm someone who has had the deep, profound honor to be a mentor in the Young Climate Prize program. As Beatrice mentioned earlier, Young Climate Prize program is basically a mentorship and award initiative that the World Around has created to direct and provide a platform for young people around the world who are living and working and creating at the front lines of the climate crisis. And it was through that program that I met your next speaker, Mohamed. I won't say much about the process of collaborating. I will just say, as you can probably tell, it was remote and technologically challenged. So through a series of extremely precarious Google Meets that were sort of conducted under a state of like high suspense because they could get cut off at any time, Mohamed and I had this really beautiful, wide-ranging series of conversations about the nature of art, the nature of design, the nature of nature itself. And slowly, kind of through the weeks and months, we began to kind of form the contours of what eventually would be the project that Mohamed submitted to the Climate Prize. But I will say, and I think it's captured very well and somewhat comedically in that video, I really had no idea or like deep appreciation of the profound work that Mohamed was doing during those calls, because it was just very hard for me to imagine. But then when we finally were able to go, the thing that I experienced, and I think the video conveys, is that within this community, which is so challenged in terms of climate, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of history, you have this little bastion of flourishing of plants and animals, but also of the human spirit and of imagination and creativity and experimentation. And there's something about it that, like, honestly, for me was really profound. I know that in the video it seemed like all I was interested in was counting the number of vegetables, but actually, for me, the whole experience was like a really recalibrating way of thinking about design, design at its most essential, and how profound and beautiful that can be. So I will say, I'm very happy to say that ultimately Mohamed submitted his project, and it won the Young Climate Visionary Award. And I'll just say one tiny story that is maybe like representative of the experience, is that so we were texting a lot, and after we had our visit, then the effort was to try to decide what the project would be and how to present it and which award to apply for. And what I didn't realize is that there were kind of like classes of awards within the Young Climate Prize. So some are more conceptual, some are more technical or design focused. So I didn't realize that there was a thing called the Young Climate Visionary Award. So I just got a text from Mohamed one day that said, with no context, no introduction, "Brendan, am I a designer or a visionary?" And I was like, what? And then, because we were always having connectivity issues, I didn't hear anything for 2 days. So then I was just thinking like, oh, how do I respond? And then I'm thinking like, maybe it's not great to call yourself a visionary, and but the reality is, and as the award rightly shows, it absolutely is a visionary project created by a visionary person. And when you go to the garden and you see it, what you really realize is that it is a work of vision. It's a vision that stretches beyond the present, beyond the limitations of what's happening, beyond all the obstacles that block vision. So I'm very happy and proud and excited to welcome Mohamed to share his vision. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Mohamed, Salem, Mohamed Ali.
So I gotta say, this table is genius idea to hide my shaking feet. I barely can. Hello everyone, thank you for being here today. I'm deeply grateful for the World Around team, my mentor Brandon, Adam Flato, my friend Mohamed Suleiman, my family, and all of those who supported me along the way. My name is Mohamed Salem, Mohamed Ali. I am a Sahrawi farmer and artist. Back in Western Sahara, the Sahrawi people lived a nomadic life until a colonial power occupied the land in the mid-70s. And we were forced to abandon our way of life and settle down in the refugee camps in the southwest part of Algeria. Since then, we've been dependent on international aid, and this aid is limited and lacks diversity, leaving many people struggling with health issues. Sorry, I've been a little bit emotional. In 2018, I started the Nomad Garden, which is an experimental garden where we try to find ways to grow fresh organic food in a way that aligns with our way of life. When I decided to start the Nomad Garden, I faced three major problems: poor soil, extreme heat reaching up to 52 degrees Celsius in summer, that's around 125 Fahrenheit, and a severe lack of water, with only 16 liters per person per day, below the 20 liters recommended by UNHCR and World Health Organization. Conditions were far from ideal. Yet by developing local developed techniques, we've managed to grow fresh food, proving that even in the harshest conditions, life can flourish. One challenge I didn't expect was a cultural challenge. Whenever I introduce something in the garden new, like broccoli, people, if they don't eat it, they simply wouldn't, if they don't know it, they simply wouldn't eat it. So I decided to start with my family, and perhaps neighbors and guests would learn about it when they come to visit. Recently, I participated in an internship with Sweetwater Foundation, and during the internship, we were discovering the Sweetwater Foundation's shelf of life, which is a shelf of plants instead of books. And I decided to build my own one using discarded materials. The goal is very simple: to try which plants can grow indoors, away from the harsh conditions. So I tried kale, lettuce, mint, tomatoes, and other herbs. Some made it, some didn't. But what's interesting about this experiment, that plants are now closer to my family. We share the same space, and the more they see the new plants, the more likely they will accept them. We are experimenting. This is a long-term goal. However, I think we have made quite some progress in the past 8 years, and I believe it's time to explore and develop ways to share the knowledge that we have been building with our community. So I started to think in a different way to do so. I'm currently working on an artwork called 1 Meter of Art. In this project, I invite children from local school and kindergarten to visit the Nomad Garden. We then encourage them to participate in a number of interactive sessions in the garden. They can explore the different parts of the garden. They can see, touch, and smell the plants. They can play with the animals. And by the end of the session, we come together and each group grows a tree. We also encourage them to explore other creative ways to express themselves in the garden. We provide them with space, possibilities, and possibilities to draw and create. By this visit, we aim to inspire, motivate, but also teach and cultivate this practice in children's minds, and keep watering it just as we do with the plants, hoping that in the future we will have a generation that can grow its own food. Another project that I'm developing to connect the garden with the community is a nomadic garden, which is basically a small sandoponic system installed on a wagon, which can be pulled by a car, a camel, or a donkey. This system will preserve much of the water through recycling, and this way we can grow our own fresh food. And if we have to move somewhere else, the nomadic garden would come handy. We can basically take our plants with us anywhere we go. The nomadic garden aligns well with the desert environment, and people who live the nomadic life would love this idea. This model is low cost and easy to be replicated in many situations around the world. I created the Nomad garden in a place where survival itself is a challenge. But for me, this garden isn't just about growing food. It is a living artwork, a sculpture in the middle of the desert. It is my way to confront food insecurity and climate change issues using not just the tools and the knowledge, but also the imagination. I have been sharing my story in my community and internationally to demonstrate that it's possible to make a change when we refuse to surrender to the desert. My work is rooted in the Sahrawi struggle, but its lessons stretch beyond borders for anyone who ever faced adversity and dared to dream anyway. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, Beatrice, Galilee.
Well, thank you, everybody. I think that was all very moving. I'm really thrilled and proud for that first session, and we just have a few moments to have a quick roundup. But I think a huge round of applause for everyone from session one, and please come and join me on stage. Thank you. Have a whole session, meaning all speakers from session one, please join. Please enter from that side. Thank you so much.
Is my chair? This one?
Where Beatrice?
Okay, so that first session, the idea of the first session was to talk about seeding time, and I think just as a kind of closer to the session, I'd love to hear what everybody, kind of how your work relates to that. I mean, I think across the session we heard seeding time as a kind of relationship to ancestry and a relationship to future ancestors, but also community, generations, deep time with Peggy's work, and Mohamed, I think with your work, a kind of hope for a different way of life, you know, for your community outside of the camps. So I'd love to just hear, maybe I'll start with Peggy. Sorry.
Is this on? You can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, I was really struck with the quote you had about flood being a memory, and I'd actually omitted a point about the Salton Sea, which is the man-made or the modern body of water we call the Salton Sea, was actually created from a catastrophic engineering disaster in 1905 that ignored ancient knowledge about it being a sink. So I think that sense of the earth holding time is really present and relevant, and was really lovely to see reflected in everybody's work.
I think almost every presentation used the word memory or remembering in some way. And, you know, even Mohamed, in your work, I think even as the place that your community is in changes or the conditions change, there's something essential about what you're doing that allows resilience and endurance. And so, you know, I often think of my profession of landscape architecture as we're kind of therapists for people and their land, you know, that we, you know, my work is to just help this relationship flourish and then get out of the way and when it's best. So, so when I think about the work of landscape architecture or the work of therapizing land and people, I really see that reflected across the presentations. And for me, I just kept coming back to that it's such a wide range of projects and work modes of working, but there's something essential across them all.
Well, I am really honored to be part of this scenario because I really think as architects that we should start thinking in time. And we are usually taught to think about space, but I think time is something that is really meaningful, and I think in this session, understanding time from geology, understanding time for seasonality, as you mentioned on your presentation, or time as changing a mindset. And I think that is something that our work can provide and provoke, and I think that is something that humanity needs to reconnect to the earth in a different way, to recognize and to remember things that we had forgotten. And I think that is something very powerful that our work can do. So thank you.
For me, the time is whenever I'm doing something, like I have a project or whatever, it's really important to study the past and the present. However, sometimes the future could be a little bit tricky because you never know what's kind of happening in the future. And the most important thing for me in every project I do is to start. So sometimes I have a project idea or whatever, something I want to do. I just start and see the possibilities, the challenges, the problems, and just go for it. Otherwise, it would be just an idea. And to be honest, when I started 8 years ago, I didn't imagine to achieve what I have achieved today, like from the desert to a speech in MoMA and when I woke up this morning, the first thing I was thinking I have to be in a panel and a speech in MoMA. I was like, what the hell am I doing here?
But I think, Mohamed, what I was trying to get at with in particular with your work and with your garden is that there is a goal to have the garden be mobile and to, that's also part of the project, the kind of next stage of the project. So could you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's why I said it's important to study the past and the present, because looking to the situation in the camps, we have two different generations. The old people who live the nomadic life and the young people who like me, was born in the refugee camps. And sometimes not every solution works for everybody. So I had to categorize and see which kind of solution works best with who and how. So yeah, it was very important to look at the past and the present. Yeah.
Gabriela, your work is also a kind of example of an architect that works in a sort of deconstructed way with authorship disseminated across different individual practitioners, but also with a lot of authorship within the community. Can you share a little bit about how that works in like an example of a situation where you really had to be informed by the input of your community and as architects seed power in the different kind of seeding?
Well, I really believe that these type of projects that belong to these political statements sometimes, it's difficult, it's a big question you ask yourself, right? I'm working on the right side, and when you get involved with the community and you start to recognize these different voices, and you finally understand that the project will be successful only if the community makes it its own. And they will pursue to keep it in a beautiful way, and the beautiful way might be not the way the designers imagine. Finally, we're just imagining canvas that provide and that provide sources to the people that is living there. So that's why we are still working on this second stage. And it's fantastic because not only the local community is involved, but also institutions that are interested in sharing these thoughts about water. So we are already thinking in how to imagine a museum of water with the community and with these experts. And it is not going to look like a museum. And that's pretty interesting, that working with these many voices, you can imagine things in a pretty different way that we're used to.
And Sarah, I so loved your presentation and admire your work so much. And I think it was interesting to see in your presentation how much of your practice has been informed by major events like Hurricane Katrina and Sandy. Can you design in such a way, or do you strive to design in such a way to kind of landscape can incorporate the unexpected in the future as well? Well, less unexpected now, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, what we can expect is there will be more unexpected. That is for sure. So expect that. How long can I keep this going? But I think those moments are important for mobilizing people. It brings a kind of clarity that I think if you're a part of this work, there's something you need to leverage those moments to bring together the wide transect of people that you need to make paradigm shifts, to make changes in how things are operating. So you're right to pick up on that. I think, I really approach my work not just as a kind of downstream fee-for-services industry, but, the work of advocacy and advocating for these shifts in paradigm is central to how I think and work. And so those moments require, I think, the visioning work, and it happens all the time, but those moments are time for heightened action. And if you have the vision prior to that, then you know where to go, who to talk to, and what to move and shift. So, in engaging advocacy, I think those moments are critical.
And Peggy, I think many of us will be kind of going straight to see your work after this. It's just out, in the
after you've eaten,
after you've had a bite to eat. I loved hearing about your vision of what would it look like if all of these came together. How does the audience reaction, and is it okay for you to do that, just make that work, or is the audience interaction, the scale of it, and in the atrium at MoMA, does that kind of have an impact in the success of your project?
I'm not sure. Are you asking whether what is okay? I'm not sure.
For example, you said you had this vision of you just wanted to see it.
Right.
But also, is that also about us, as the audience? Do you also want us to see it, and what do you want us to learn?
Oh, yes, of course. No, it's I'm not doing this just for myself. I mean, there's a personal impulse to just want to put it together and want to see it. But this is a larger vision of how do we, it really comes from a deep interest in perception. How do we understand something that's so much bigger than we are, that's so much older? It's very difficult to understand. I think I've talked, it almost seems quaint now to say that climate change is measured in things we can't see, because now we can just look at the fact that it's going to be 100 degrees this weekend or next week in California. So now we can actually feel it and see it in very measurable, tangible ways, but I think when a lot of these concerns were surfacing, and starting with the 60s and 70s, at least for my era, and people thought of things like planetary boundaries, of course, and coming up, I started thinking about indicators. How will we know? How do we indicate this? What can we look at? And embarked first on a very large data visualization project, and I won't go into that, and it was an extraordinary experience, but when I was finished, I realized two things. One, that even it was about global groundwater, and when it was finished, I still knew next to nothing about groundwater except that there was less of it. I didn't know what it looked like, whether it was tangible, what it was real, and that there's a difference in data viz. You know, data viz has a more intellectual than emotional connection to the world. So it's important and critical as a tool, but it's the difference between using a thermometer and reading a fever or putting your hand on your child's forehead. And I really wanted to move towards the latter.
Well, thank you so much. And I think we'd also like to thank Tropical Space for your presentation. So thank you, Tropical Space. Thank you, Peggy. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Gabriela. And thank you, Mohamed. And thank you, Brendan, as well. Thank you all for being here. It's session 2 will begin at 2:30 for those that are returning. So we'll see you here for session 2. Keeping time.
Sure, yeah. Could we get those guys?
This concludes session 1 of the World Around MoMA Summit 2026. We will now break for lunch, and session 2 will begin promptly at 2:30 p.m. We kindly request that all personal belongings are taken with you upon exiting the theater. If your ticket does not include session 2 and you'd like to attend, please check in at the front entrance for assistance. Your ticket today also includes access to the galleries at the Museum of Modern Art. Lunch and coffee are available for purchase at several locations throughout the museum. Thank you for joining us this morning, and we hope you have a wonderful day. Welcome to the World Around MoMA Summit 2026, Architectures Now, Near and Next. Please take this time to silence all devices, and we hope you enjoy Session 2, Keeping Time, Cultural Heritage, Restitution, and a New Future for the Past. Please welcome to the stage Martino Stierli.
Welcome back, everyone. It's great to see you. I hope you had some time to rest and refresh. You probably know that I'm Swiss. I'm pretty good at keeping time, so I'll try to run a tight ship. We're supposed to be finished by 4:30, so welcome back again. So while the projects we heard earlier today raise fundamental questions about how architecture engages with living systems, they are inseparable from a deeper question. What are the legacies these projects build upon, and what will their own lasting impact be? This afternoon's session, Keeping Time, will thus address the complex set of questions that frame discussions around heritage and preservation. Decisions about what to safeguard and what to let go are never simply matters of taste or technical judgment. Far from neutral, they reflect hierarchies of value and structures of power that determine whose histories are deemed worthy of care and whose are allowed to disappear. As the building industry reckons with its environmental footprint, architects have addressed these questions with new urgency. The 6 practitioners joining us this afternoon are each working at the point where these pressures converge. Their projects span a museum in Senegal conceived to bring pre-colonial African artifacts back into dialogue with the cultures that created them, a Copenhagen industrial building restituted entirely from its own disassembled material history, or a craft center on an Andean volcanic crater built using building knowledge transmitted across generations. Together, the work of these architects invites us to treat the past not as a fixed archive to be maintained, but as a living entity. And like in the morning session, I'm just going to go ahead and present all the speakers because we're going to just run through the presentations one after the other. Our first speaker, Mariam Issoufou, is the founding principal of Mariam Issoufou Architects, a research-driven practice with offices in Niamey, New York, and Zurich. Mariam holds a professorship in architecture heritage and sustainability at ETH Zurich. Among her completed works are the Hikma Community Complex in Danji, Niger, which is currently on view in the second floor galleries here at the museum. I invite you to go see it. And the Niamey 2000 housing development, which was shortlisted for the 2022 Khan Award for Architecture. After that, we have Marie Combet and Daniel Moreno Flores, who lead La Cabina de la Curiosidad, a Quito-based studio founded in 2019. Their work operates across design, craft, landscape, and environmental research. Their project, Chakiwazi, built with the indigenous Shalala community, embodies the studio's commitment to collaborative making, drawn on construction knowledge that the community has developed and passed down over generations. Then, joining us on screen, we have Søren Pielmann's practice, which is grounded in a straightforward but powerful proposition, that the materials and structures we already have deserve more attention than we give them. In Doravey 29, his transformation of a 1960s Copenhagen factory into a community hub, Pielmann puts that proposition into practice at scale, with 95% of the original building's materials reused on-site, reconstructed into an entirely new spatial and social life. Roisin Hennigan, co-founder of Hennigan Peng Architects alongside Shifu Peng, will take us to the Grand Egyptian Museum in Giza, a project decades in the making. Housing over 100,000 artifacts representing 7,000 years of human history, the museum was recently recognized by Time magazine as one of the world's 100 most influential institutions of 2026. Then, based between La Rochelle, France, and Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, the work of photographer François-Xavier Gebré renders the built modern heritage of West Africa as layered records of economic transformation, social change, and collective history, memory, tracing an arc from the decaying remnants of colonial institutions to the monuments of post-independence urbanism, and revealing how those histories continue to shape the present. His work will be prominently featured in our upcoming exhibition, Architects of Liberation, Modernism in West Africa, here at MoMA, opening on July 5th. And his photographs are held in the permanent collection of MoMA, the Centre Pompidou, the Met, the Smithsonian, the Tate Modern, among others. And then closing our section, Bas Metz, founder of Bureau Bas Metz in Brussels, will speak about his landscape project for Notre Dame de Paris. His practice won the prestigious international competition to reimagine the cathedral's public realm, reconfiguring the esplanade as a sequence of overlapping climatic environments. With that, please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Mariam Ifusu.
Welcome to the stage, Mariam Isufu.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Martino. It's such an honor to be here. It's a particular honor because also I was supposed to do this about 2-3 years ago, and unfortunately got COVID, and at the last minute, put poor Beatrice in the position of having to replace me. So this is even more of a treat for that. So my name is Mariam Isufu. I'm an architect originally from Niger in West Africa. And speaking of keeping time, I came to architecture late. And this is significant because by the time I began studying it, in a way, I already knew what I wanted to work on. And that was sort of an incredibly clarifying situation to be in. I had grown up in Niger, and the spatial questions I cared about at the time were rooted there. And they were questions about how cities, buildings on the African continent could be designed from within their own logics, rather than from logics imported from elsewhere, which is most of what I saw. And so towards the end of my studies, I started doing a lot of research, and I was just incredibly heartened by the fact that I could find wonderful books that showed pre-colonial architecture that no longer existed, either because it was destroyed during colonization or they were just no longer kept up or replaced by so-called more contemporary buildings that were kind of taken as having more value. And I was incredibly excited when I started working on my thesis to go back to Niger and find even more, I thought, information and content to draw from for this architecture. Unfortunately, when I got there, there wasn't much. It turns out that finding the same material, the libraries that should have held the deepest record of the region's architecture held less than the libraries that I found in the US by far. The documents were elsewhere. The photographs were elsewhere. The objects, the photographs documented were also elsewhere. And that asymmetry, in a way, stayed with me. And it is the condition under which most architects on the continent operate. And the evidence base for their own building cultures, and I was one of those, is held elsewhere behind paywalls or institutional walls that we typically don't have access to. And what that meant was that a lot of that work, of having the sort of grounding material to base an architecture on was missing. It was something that somehow had to be found through other means. And in a way, I built a firm based on this condition and developed a process of making architecture in the absence of what time had erased or what circumstances had erased, and trying to figure out a language and a way, a methodology for stitching those loose threads together. In 2021, my office won an international competition to design Bet-B, a museum in Senegal in partnership with the Joseph Annie Albers Foundation. Sorry? Oh. This, just like any other project we've worked on, this meant really sort of trying to excavate the memory of this place, trying to find whatever information we could find that could give us the right direction for going. Obviously, to me, it was not, it wouldn't have made sense to make a museum in the way that I had seen in the Western world or, I mean, anywhere else on the planet these days. And therefore, a conventional approach to museum making was something that I didn't think was appropriate in this particular case. I was taken by one aspect that is shown in these dots. These show megalith sites. There are over 3,000 of them between Gambia and Senegal. And they go all the way from Gambia to about 2 hours away from where the site we were building for is. And the reason why I was attracted to this was because I was starting to wonder, what is art? What is this thing that we are making these containers for? What does that represent? Is this some kind of, do we have a universal definition of what that represents? Probably, but do we have a universal understanding of how we consume it or approach it or experience it? That to me was maybe sort of a more fruitful question. And I started looking at over 1,000, 1,500 years of history and sort of looking at what is considered art objects or artifacts and reflecting on the fact that just like in everywhere else in the world, these objects were often made for ritual. In general, a lot of what ends up in museums are ritual artifacts. And so looking at these megaliths again, it became very clear that that was also one of the ritualistic practices that happened over time, where the megaliths were used, and they were part of this system of thought for an ethnic group called the Serrers in Senegal, where you had this relationship between the earth, the elements, people, and how kind of all of that came together in symbiosis, and how these different, and how these megaliths were in a way almost a conduit. And underneath them were often either burial grounds or very sacred ritual objects were buried. And there was sort of this idea that the art should not just be exposed, as it is and be so easily seeable, but that there's sort of a ritual around encountering it and positioning it when it comes to the site. And so I started thinking about a museum that would operate in the same way, where the exhibition is essentially buried underground, the collection and the artifacts are buried underground, as a way of linking back to that circularity, but how these megaliths are almost sort of these guardians of this space. And then after that, it was really also about thinking about why we go to museums. Again, that we have a certain way that we are socialized into going to museums in this part of the world. When we have children, we make sure that we take them on weekends. It's really sort of a learned behavior. There's nothing universal, or fundamental about it. So when you displace this typology elsewhere, the question is, why should anybody go? The idea often is that people need to be educated into going, and this was something that I was essentially rejecting, the idea of needing to educate. But then more was trying to find a reason or a way, something that transcended the art itself. And I landed on the idea of really community as being the reason why you would get there, gathering as being the reason why you would be there. And the museum became this inverted, proposition where, the darkest recesses are essentially where the art would be, and above ground is a public space. A public space for, theater, for, films that could be watched, but also just landscapes where people could dwell, where families could picnic, and they could do all kinds of things. And then eventually, if they want to go into the museum, they could, but it's almost a suggestion. There's nothing mandatory about it. So going to the museum, it becomes almost like an afterthought, something that you do because you happen to be there with other people, and you happen to be enjoying your time, and then get seduced into going by going through a ramp that we designed to kind of take you 6 meters below ground, basically, to enjoy the exhibitions if you so wish. And because the collection that the museum is supposed to house is something that is in flux, or some objects are restituted, some objects are from the African diaspora or African American art as well. But the idea, the restituted objects and artifacts are ever being added as they're being found in different places. So it was really important for us to create, of course, a flexible museum space, but also to think about how you encounter those objects and what are the best ways to go about doing them. How do you instrumentalize the architecture to accommodate that? And funny enough, as we're now going into construction for this project, we were, an organization reached out to us last year in 2025, and they were interested in restituting objects to Niger, and it was the entire collection of Bura artifacts, and it was a site that was excavated in the 1970s in Niger, and the entire collection was just taken to Europe and the US. And somehow this museum was able to kind of have the largest collection on the planet of them, and they decided to just restitute it wholesale. And they had been trying to figure out how to do it for 2 years, and reached out to us for advice and potentially, create a container for these objects. But for us, one thing that working on Bet B as a project, taught me was that making the museum just as a container is not something that should be straightforward. It's not something that should just come effortlessly. And so as a result, what we did instead was create a series of workshops and inviting local creatives, poets, filmmakers, to have a series of workshops with young people so we could explore what does it mean? What does restitution mean? What does it mean, to discover a civilization that you didn't even know about because it was, housed elsewhere, and how would you reconnect with them as a sort of, way to start thinking about it. And so this is sort of the work that is underway currently, but at the same time, as an architect, this is sort of an orthodox way of going about making architecture, and it kind of sent me back to these early times in my studies when I realized the material needed for the architecture we were trying to make was not available. So in 2022, when I joined ETH Zurich as a professor, one of the early research projects I started, which we finally gave life to earlier this year, is called Unarchiving. And the idea behind it, and it links back to the idea of Bet B, the idea behind it is to create a platform where a lot of this knowledge that is trapped in Western institutions, in libraries, in archives, be aggregated and then fed back to the parts of the world where they would be most used. Because one of the things that I noticed was, because I wasn't able to find this information in Niger itself, that also meant that architecture students who are going to school on the continent also don't have access to this information. So how are you expected to develop a rooted expression of architecture, of space, when the sort of raw material is not there and is not available? And for us, having kind of this collection of different people and different resources to be able to do that was the point. But then through it, you also discover, all the different ways in which we're intertwined, not only architecturally, but geopolitically, obviously, historically. And for us, it was sort of this incredible discovery of this rich tapestry of sort of architecture imaginaries that are no longer there, but architectural, I don't want to call them artifacts, but now, because there are images, they have turned into artifacts, and the work has been, how do you stitch it back into contemporary thought, into contemporary practice, and what does that mean ultimately? And the work that I have done, I think, over the past maybe 13 years of this practice has really centered around these three things, making these cultural projects, having these research, that's why my firm is research-based, and now manifesting through this research platform, which is the evidence-based, extraction, and a restitution project that begins with architecture, that doesn't begin with architecture, but begin with listening. And to me, those three different modes really capture a different way of making architecture in the absence of these different this kind of material. And I've come to think of it as almost like an architecture of repair as a result. And we've worked on various projects, from community buildings to restaurants here in New York to markets in the middle of the desert. And the reason why I like to think about it as repair rather than restoration is because restoration assumes that there is an original condition that is recoverable through care. The buildings, the objects, the cosmologies that we explored in Bet B cannot be restored in that sense. And the rupture is too deep, too long, too ongoing. The repair is also not reconciliation. It is a discursive act, an exchange of acknowledgements to some extent. And it happens also in language. What we do happens in the matter, in the foundations, in the walls, in the materials, in the earth we use. And so what I mean by repair is the construction of conditions under which a community can hold its own history again, and hold it physically, hold it ritualistically, hold it on terms it has itself authored. So the architecture itself is not the repair. In a way, the work ends up belonging to the people because of sort of this going back in this excavation that we enact. It is the infrastructure within which that repair can take place. The work that I've described, this is the museum from above, in a sense, is the answer that, as a practice we've developed, and it has been built in the absence over 13 years, and it's an incredibly slow work, obviously. It moves at the pace of communities deciding what they want, of archives being reassembled, one fragment at a time sometimes, like we're seeing in the Bura Restitution Project, which then will lead to a building eventually, of buildings designed to wait for collections that are still in transit. And so the work obviously is not finished. It probably won't finish in my lifetime, but I wanted to share this work because I'm hopeful, because standing in front of people like you in a room of people who are also practitioners and museum people as well, because I know that we're probably asking a lot of the same questions, of each other. And I look forward to where, these kind of practice and this kind of way of thinking of architecture and these practices of repair could take us. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, the founders of La Cabina de la Curiosidad.
Hello, everyone. Thank you to the organization for the invitation. It is an honor for us to share our work with you today. My name is Marie Combet. I'm a co-founder of the studio La Cabina de la Curiosidad with Daniel Moreno Flores. We work with multidisciplinary tools and skills. We believe that experience is a source of learning.
We come from Ecuador, a mega-diverse territory of geographical plurality where various worlds coexist. The coast, the Amazon, the Andean Highlands, and the Galapagos Island. We are from the mountains, where clouds collide with peaks and rivers are born. We are geographical beings. Culture is fragile. It is sustainable by the popular culture that still preserves the sense of the common good. In Ecuador, we build with our hands, using materials from the territory and tradition that stayed alive in every celebration. We are a multicultural country where different ethnicities offer distinct vision to face contemporary environmental challenges. We face a great contradiction where problems are felt daily. The air is saturated by transport smoke, and rivers directly receive wastewater and other hazardous pollutants, meaning it's mainly in ground. Violence has become a constant reality, and we are navigating a complex political climate marked by deep disagreement.
For us, architecture is an act of resistance that seeks to heal and restore both ecosystems and the social fabric. We believe in the power of the collective. We work with children, youth, women, indigenous communities, and vulnerable groups, where collective action strengthens social dynamics, reclaim public space, and solve emerging problems. We think with our feet by traversing the territory we inhabit on daily journeys. We unveil the essence of the place. We identify sites that remain outside of collective knowledge and locate natural ecosystems, like the rivers that the city tries to erase. We perform immersion on site to feel and understand the richness of the places we visit. We draw reality to know it and to empathize with our city. We are curious, lifelong learners, driven to generate knowledge through documentation, and so our work remains faithful to a rich and transformative process. Drawings are tools for peaceful struggle and advocacy. We expose a system in crisis. We seek collective awareness by understanding large-scale water cycles, making absences visible, and showing how all elements are interconnected. We are artisans, we are beings of doings. Everything is a playground, a space for experimentation and human development. We infuse every action with a spirit of freedom and a passion for the places we inhabit. We engage in dialogue with reality. In urban areas, we use materials that have lost their purposeful original. We recycle as a political stance that gains spatial meanings based on the essential needs of those we serve. We work to sustain culture through the use of local natural elements, which all immense wisdom as resources provided by the earth itself. We strive for inhabitants to achieve their own sovereignty through the act of making.
Now, we would like to present the Chakiwasi Handicraft Center of the Shalala community. The Quilotoa volcanic lake is a beautiful geographic landmark of the Andean landscape, 13,000 feet above sea level. It is located in a highland with a special ecosystem. The Shalala community is an empowered community at the base of the lake. Their tradition is to build with paramo straw. They lie from what the earth provides. In the Andean worldview, the entities of nature are interconnected.
Ecuador is deeply scarred by migration. In this community of 122 families, 40 people recently left, and this exodus erodes rural indigenous population, severs ancestral knowledge, and fuels a dangerous disconnection from the territory. We built to ensure that staying is a dignified choice, transforming roots from a weight into a foundation. They have a unique organizational structure. Roles rotate so that everyone is an active part of the community center. It is a volcanic crater with turquoise water, a landmark what visitors are drawn to see. Shalala is a community zone. In the past, they planted the pine trees with a goal of making the land productive. They were looking to improve their financial prospect. And 36 years ago, they started promoting sustainable tourism in harmony with nature, valuing and magnifying it. They have today a tourist center, a restaurant, 3 lodging units, a camping area, and an overlook point, and now an handicraft center.
15 years ago, we designed a wooden scenic overlook point for local and international tourism to intensify the experience of the lake. It has been a profound experience, connecting architecture with the landscape and the people, becoming a landmark for contemplation in the country. In the past, plastic tents were set up for the sale of their handicrafts along the forest. Together with the community, we wanted to retain the future through vernacular architecture. There is a sharing of knowledge and culture between the generations. We identified the various traditional techniques still used in the Andean countryside. We work with the community drivers and jointly build a fair trade space for their handicrafts. The construction used very few tools, 2 drills and 1 saw, along with many hands and human strength. Making something with our hands is an exceptional act of thinking through making. Chakiwasi in Quechua means house made of straw from the floor to the roof. It is more than a building. It is an instrument of economic sovereignty. Culture is sustained by co-designing, co-constructing, and democratizing architecture as a fundamental good for human development and the environment. The shape of the structure gives everyone the same opportunities to sell. We have 2 massive door walls and a special place in the middle. With 24 dedicated stands, this center serves as a vibrant space for collective learning and the celebration of cultural pride.
First, we remove the cobblestone from the parking lot. We use big river stones as a foundation. The structure is made of eucalyptus wood tied with cabuya, a fiber that comes from the penco plant, and support with large charja dowels, small wood of young eucalyptus. Aminga is a traditional day of collective community projects with everyone's help. The work is shared among men, women, and the youth. During our Minga, the whole community got involved in the construction and we experienced knowledge being sharing. We prefabricate a total of 26 trusses were lifted and placed with link between them. Unions were made with wooden nails. All the coatings are made of chakjas continually repeated, and the grit mantle of the roof is made of straw. Armfuls of straw were carried from the highlands to the site. Building is a pretext for sharing by doing. The Chalala community is rich in natural beauty. To get to the scenic overlook point, you follow a path through the forest, and this center as reconnecting the culture with their ancestral architecture. Chakiwasi is a symbol of the Andean worldview, living in harmony in rural and mountain areas is a great resistance against climate change. The roof opening allows the light to enter, which is magical. This center is also used to host festivities, bringing together both locals and tourists for performances and celebration. For example, the dance of the condor in love. This commercial space fosters a sense of empowerment and cultural reclamation. Two tall and narrow openings bring the circularity of the plan, making for dramatic entrances into the central courtyard. The design has the same scenic impact to the countryside as do the traditional house in the highlands. Let's witness the inauguration of Chakiwasi's video. Architecture has become part of the local identity, now woven into their cultural painting.
We empowered community autonomy through professional tools, and we transcended architecture such as graphic design, a wayfinding, a ticket office, a pier for the guardians of the volcano. We project an ecological restoration of the landscape by a native plant nursery for soil regeneration, by implementing water management system and securing external funding.
Our goal is to consolidate self-sustaining processes, powering community strength and lasting independence. The future is built upon the wisdom of the past, and architecture should not be a privilege. It is a collective right. Let's make it happen. Thank you for traveling with us through the Andes and into the earth of Chalala. We would like to express our deepest gratitude to the entire Chalala community, to the organization that provide financial support, and to the entire team that make this project a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this is a tour Y29. It's a concrete and brick building from the late 60s. And it was originally made for the Danish fur industry. And then later it was took over by the municipality's disabled center. And today it serves as a community center and a cultural hub in Copenhagen, Denmark. And one of the things you see from the outside here to begin with is the way that we cut open the existing facades and then reuse the bricks as pavement. And this is part of a larger goal in the project, which was to see how far we could go in reusing almost everything. And we managed to reuse 95% of the existing material. So, welcome in. So the first thing you see when you enter the space here is this stair. And the stair is actually, it came from the ceiling that was just above us. So we cut open the slab and flipped it downwards to form this foundation for the new stair. And the rest of the elements we used for furniture elements, such as the bench there, and there was a cafe on the other side here. So all the concrete that was in the building to begin with has been reused and reconfigured within the premises itself. So as soon as we move up to the first floor in the building, we have the cantina here on the left, which serves as a restaurant for the public in the late hours. And then we have a small art library in here. So now we find ourselves in this extension that we did to the building. So you can actually see that this is the original facades here, and some of the elements of the existing facade we have cut them out and then flipped them downwards to form the pavement here. And then we added this 1.5 meter to the building to give space for technical facilities in order for the building to perform as you would expect from a 2026 building. And since we didn't have any more bricks right here, we just cast the leftover space with new concrete. But if we move further in this direction, we can see, since we've cut open a larger portion of the facade, we have more bricks, which gives us another opportunity. So it's constantly been this dialogue with the existing building and with the building's existing resources to see what kind of architecture could we achieve by only using the things that was here. So by adding this, it adds another layer of flexibility to the building, because it's quite easy to do changes in this extension. So if you want to increase the airflow, if you want to adapt the building to new technical needs, it's quite easy to do that without having to interfere with the existing concrete structure. So this is our way to add as little to the building as possible, but at the same time, give the building the amount of flexibility that it needs. So when we move further up in the building from the first floor and up to the second floor, we also go to the more quiet, silent place of the building, which is more for the internal users of the building. So we have an open office space, we have shared meeting facilities, small kitchens for people to get their coffee. So you also feel this gradient, the transitions throughout the building when every time you move up a level, from being very noisy and very public in the ground floor, and then becoming more and more silent and part of the daily routine as soon as you move up in the building. I think there is a need for a bigger cultural shift to make this the new norm. There's still this tendency to think that new is better than old. And I think that is a lie on so many levels. For me, it's quite obvious that if we could change this belief in that new is always better than the old, it could really change how we built very rapidly. But I think it starts with a cultural change. So here you really get to see how this new extra layer has been added to the building in order for the existing concrete elements to be able to be modified or reconfigured. So it's been quite a difficult task to do this, and it required that we came up with a solution together with the engineers that would keep the structural integrity of the concrete slabs before we were cutting them out to reuse them as new components. So we developed this bracket that went into the concrete and kept the pre-tensioned wire in the concrete that was made there in the late 60s in the right position, and made sure that when we cut out the concrete that we wouldn't weaken these pre-tension wires. So there was these special brackets added everywhere around the building where we were supposed to reuse the concrete before we even started to cut them out to ensure that the structural integrity was kept intact. And here we added these extra layers of brackets and joints in order for the load for the concrete to be distributed into the existing columns and thereby distributing the loads back to the original foundations. So from here you really have a good view into the building. So there's a whole array of different types of workshop facilities in the building as well. Now we are in the casting workshop, but besides this, there's also a wood workshop, there's a metal workshop, and we also have a digital fabrication workshop where we could do 3D scans, 3D prints, and CNC cutting, etc. All these spaces, they are accessible from the resident artists that are in here, as well as people from the outside that can have like a subscription, being a member of the community, and use these facilities for various purposes.
The overall goal with the project was to see how far we could go in the pursuit of finding value and quality in the existing. We tried to not touch anything so that you can see all the traces in the floors, on the walls, and the ceilings about how the building's past layout looked like. So none of it is being hidden away. It would be counterintuitive to hide these traces away or hide the existing surfaces when it's actually the existing building we want to embrace and highlight and cherish. It is quite difficult to achieve a reuse degree as we did in this project, but I think and I hope that it will change in the future. I believe that the project is radical, but I also think that in 5 years into the future, or 10 years into the future, this could be the norm in working with the existing building.
Please welcome to the stage Roisin Hennigan.
Thank you. It's lovely to be here. So I'm going to be talking about one project, the Grand Egyptian Museum. It'll kind of just be a story of the museum from the architect's point of view. It was a competition. It was an open competition from 2002, and open in that anybody could enter as long as you're an architect, and it was judged completely anonymously. So we started by looking at the site by Egypt. So Egypt is often described as the gift of the Nile. So Egypt was, if you like, the wealth of Egypt was created by the flooding of the Nile, which created the Nile Valley and this very, very wealthy, this very fertile soil. And that condition can be seen literally, like you have that very rich farmland set against the desert with this difference in level between the two, because of course the valley has been carved through. And that condition occurred on the site. So it's a very large museum, it was a large site, it was about 1 kilometre by 1 kilometre in scale. This photo is taken at from the higher level, from the desert level, looking to the east back towards Cairo, and you can see that level difference in the change in the ground condition. Another thing about the site was it was very, very close to the pyramids. It's about 1 kilometer from the pyramids. So this photo that's the southern edge of the site. And another photo where you get a sense of the level difference there. It's about a 50-meter level difference, about 16 stories of a level difference across the site. So for us, one of the questions was, how were we going to site this museum? It's within 1 kilometer of the pyramids. It itself was huge. It's 1 million square feet, 100,000 square meters. And how were we going to situate it besides these 4,500-year-old structures? So we decided that we were going to keep below the desert level. And the way we describe it is that we created a new facade for the plateau along this edge. And the museum exists, if you like, in between the desert level and the Nile Valley. So this is a more developed model. The coloring is actually done by an engineer who was looking at the different ground conditions. But you can see there's the alluvial soil of the Nile Valley, then the desert edge, and the desert proper on top. Of course, the Nile has changed its course over the years and no longer floods since the Aswan Dam was created, but still that soil is still there. Because we were so close to the pyramids and the museum is to house the collections that were in the Egyptian Museum of Ancient Egypt, we thought that, well, you have to be able to see the pyramids from when you're inside the museum because it's a chance to see this collection beside one of the most famous kind of structures from that time. So to create the space for the museum, we unfolded the line from the site to the pyramids, and the museum then occupies a space in between those defining geometries. There were 3 of us that worked on the competition. Well, we were a 3-person office. So we worked with Arab and Bira Happold. So we were kind of constantly going backwards and forwards to London during the competition, and this was our working model here. But we realized that, in a way, if you took the pyramids out of the project, it didn't really make any sense. So this was a study on a winter's day in Dublin to see how big the model needed to be. And oddly enough, we were the only ones that actually made the 3-meter-long model to take in the pyramids. This is, later on, this is trying to figure out how to, if you like, organize the project. So we had these radial lines that organized the view to the pyramids, but we needed structuring in this direction. It's kind of maybe hard to see, but the pyramids are organized on the cardinal axis, north, south, east, west. So we decided to take the other structuring line in the east-west geometry that kind of cuts across this very, very strong radial axis. And there were the maths behind how to organize it in a fairly rational way. The brief obviously was very comprehensive, but fairly standard in many ways. But one thing that jumped out was, how do you deal with the fact that a lot of the collection are in different places? So for example, in this example, there's a body in Boston and a head in Brussels. But the problem that leaves for Egyptologists studying it are also people trying to understand. And the brief proposed that would be resolved with digital technology. But for us, I think our takeaway was that in a way, this had to be a museum that extended outside. It was more than within the walls, that was constantly have to be aware of the world outside. So it's more than a museum. It's a museum, it's a conservation center, conference center, library. It's very, like the museum proper is a quarter of the entire complex. It's also designed to accommodate 6 to 8 million people a year, a large portion of whom will probably visit this museum once. So we wanted to have a fairly simple, intuitive organization. There is a central entrance. The conference center, a lot of the commercial, is here to the north. And the museum, the permanent exhibition galleries, are to the south, towards the pyramids. But because we wanted to be able to see the pyramids from within the museum, it also meant people had to be moved up to the museum level, up to the upper level. So we had to get all those people up, essentially 6 stories. So I mentioned we worked with Arab and Beer Happold after we won. We expanded the team. West 8 joined for master planning and landscape. And Adrian said to us, you don't understand the scale of this thing. You have to start drawing in something that you recognize, like tennis courts. But this is a 747 in the entrance lobby. So he was trying to get us to think about landscape scales, that it was more than a building. So we did need to get people up those 6 stories, and we thought the easiest way to do it was to have a big stair. But rather than thinking of it as a stair, it's just something you need to climb, to create an event from the stair. And to that we looked at the Spanish stairs, how it's organized. We needed to roughly get up to that height there. So the organization it gradually tries to take the visitor in. So you're kind of coming in from the noise. And Cairo is a noisy, busy city. So you come into this entrance courtyard, and this is it's actually an outdoor space. It's shaded, so it's cooler. There's water inside, so it's bringing down the temperature a bit. Here you see that big statue of Ramses. You start to orient. And then the stair that brings you up. And the stair is kind of envisaged as a way to go from modernity back to the time of ancient Egypt. We were trying also to convey the longevity of the civilization, like 3,000-4,000 years of history in this place, so that for people who are only going to visit once, they might just get some scale of the story. And then you come to the top of the stairs, and this is where you see the pyramids for the first time within the museum. And of course, the pyramids are Old Kingdom, so it's close to the beginning of the story. And it's only at that point, when you're at the top of the stair, that you actually go through a door for the first time. So the stair is actually an outside space, shaded with some cooling at a low level. The permanent exhibition galleries are, broadly speaking, on one floor. Again, we wanted to have some sense of the scale of the civilization, that people could really understand it. But it is organized in different, like 1.5 meter difference levels. It's chronological, Old Kingdom, moving to the New Kingdom, across to Tutankhamun, across the stair. So, the timeline. The competition submission was March 17th, 2003. And what was happening in the world at that time? The US had issued an ultimatum to Saddam Hussein. When we worked then on the competition for the project for 5 years, our tender issue date was, that's when we issued the drawings to the client for construction and for pricing. That was September 26, 2008. The Conservation Center actually was under construction, but maybe that's hard to read, but that was about the bailout plan after the Lehman Brothers collapse. So that was actually quite a significant issue for a large project, this kind of financial turmoil. There was a long, very lengthy review period in 2011, early 2011. President Mubarak was deposed after 30 years in power. The project was actually tendered. The award was made December 22nd, 2011. There was still ongoing fallout from the financial crisis. Then construction started. There was an election in Egypt in mid-2012 when President Morsi was elected. And a year later, there was another coup. But the project was under construction. And And then, yeah, so the construction continued. This is 2014. That's when President Sisi was sworn in as president. 2018, Ramses was moved into the entrance courtyard. The museum had to be completed around because it was too hard to get in to finish it off. It was still ongoing in 2020, and of course then there was the pandemic and all of the disruption and yeah, that occurred then. And it opened in the 1st of November 2025. It didn't mean to sound like a tale of woe. So, so this is the entrance. So you can see there is Ramses, and here's the large stair that comes quite slowly down. Coming up the stair, we looked in a lot of detail at the kind of the pacing of the stair, so that there was a lot of rest spaces, so that people would kind of see it as something they wanted to do rather than a chore that they had to climb 6 stories. There is a travelator there to the side, and of course there are lifts for those who would be unable to do the stairs. But the intention is that you go back in time, you go back through the pharaohs till you get to the top of the stair. And then when you get to the top of the stair, you have this view to the pyramids. Obviously, it's facing south, so there's a lot of shading in front of the window. But it's only in this wall here that the first door that the visitor meets when they go into the permanent exhibition galleries. This is a view from the galleries. So there's Khufu's pyramid. And this here is the Queen Hetepheres collection. Queen Hetepheres was Khufu's mother. Stepping back a bit, you can see that the galleries are predominantly, they can be naturally lit. So that's northeast facing light. There's passive control systems in there. There's one point, while the radial geometry is very strong, where you're looking to the pyramids. In the other direction, there's one cut where you can see back out to that other view, back towards Cairo and the landscape of today. This is crossing one of the bridges, so you get that sense as you cross the bridge over into Tutankhamun. You get that view back over that big stair again. And finally, this is Tutankhamun. But what is kind of interesting for me is that you see in the background, you still see that, that very, very dimmed daylight, and you still get that view out. And of course, it's a project that had so many people who worked on it. So thank you to all. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage François Xavier Chevrel.
Hello, everyone. And thank you to the World Around for inviting me. So for the last 20 years, I've been documenting the human activity in West Africa and looking at the landscape and architecture. And I guess that's why I'm here today. So I'm not an architect, but I was wondering how people interact with their environment. And how do you shape it, and how it will shape back the society. My work is a permanent conversation between the past and the present, seeking to bring power dynamics to light. I think for the past 20 years, I've been looking for things that I've never found at the end. And That's what is to be a photographer sometimes. And I'm happy to share a couple of things with you. About the earth and the tradition. So for centuries, earth has been used as the main material. From the earth commonly attributed to rural Africa to more elaborated houses or mosques. And this vernacular architecture conveys cultural dimension and a spiritual praxis. In 2018, I visited Bonduku. It's one of the oldest Sudanese cities in the northeast of Côte d'Ivoire. It's also called the city with the 1,000 mosques. And this building is the house of Samori Touré, who is a leading figure in the anti-colonial struggle in the late 19th century. Going around the city, I was surprised by how the people were proud of this architecture, and they tried to find a way to preserve it. And sometimes, to preserve it, they started to build this kind of fences made of concrete around this building made of earth. And this, for example, is the first house from the village, from the chief from the village. And that's all. And in the back, of course, it's a new house of the... So because of the lack of documentation, this important heritage is at risk of loss. And it's important to preserve this collective memory and to build an archive of this architectural practice and knowledge. In the late 19th centuries, the Europeans arrived and settled in West Africa, bringing techniques and material like concrete, steel, fired bricks, or tiles. And from this late 19th century, colonial architecture was spread all over the continent. In the body of work called Track Series, I looked at several buildings, important buildings from this colonial era. And I tried to understand how this independent nation deals with this architecture of domination. How do you live with a building that was designed, whose the design and the function were imposed by the oppressor? Here is the Governor Palace in Togo, in Lomé, and recently it has been renewed and to become a cultural center. Here is Grand Bassam, the first capital of Côte d'Ivoire. And this is still Grand Bassam. And in my work, I also look for the tension between the human activity, what was built by the human and the nature. One of the last body of work is called Radio Ballast, and I've been following the train line that was built during the French colonial era from Abidjan to Burkina Faso in order to extract the raw materials from the hinterland to the coast. And so what does it mean today? What are the remnants today? This is the courthouse in Dakar, Senegal, more than 10 years ago. And it one of the latest and biggest building. I mean, it was inaugurated in 1957. And today it has been cleaned and it became the venue for the Dakar Biennial, one of the most vibrant events dedicated to contemporary art in Africa. This is still the same building. Here we are in Bamako. This is the Olympic swimming pool. And it was built in the 1967 because Mali was supposed to host the African game in 69. And it never happened because of the coup, the military coup in 68. Actually, it was built by the ex-Soviet Union. And in 2010, this swimming pool was renovated by a Chinese company. And I think that this might be a good example or a good testimony of the new world economic order. From the 1960s, most of the West African nations gained their independence. And the leaders and the government decided to open a new chapter, a chapter of freedom. And they wanted to cut with this colonial architecture, which is an architecture of domination. So they wanted to erase this symbol, and in order to bring a new architectural identity, politically committed, and symbol of Pan-Africanism, international and African architects were commissioned to bring a new modernity in these countries. And this decisive shift led to the creation of governmental building, educational building, housing, residential, and places of worship. In 2022, I published this book, Album Architecture Abidjan, and focusing only on modernist architecture. And very sadly, this architecture from this era is underestimated. Today, modernist buildings are disappearing one after the other in Abidjan, but also in cities like Dakar or Lagos. And the same way we erased the architecture, the colonial architecture, because it was a symbol of humiliation in the past, we cancel today tropical modernism because it looks outdated now. Here is the Hôtel Ivoire in Abidjan. So doing this, we are canceling an important part of our history and also the pride of being independent. I think this is the pyramid in Abidjan, designed by Reynaldo Olivieri. On the left, Alpha 2000, designed by Henri Chaumet. On the right, the Faisal building, designed by Sheikh Ndom. And this is the West African Bank of Development in Lomé, Togo. Here we are in Yamoussoukro, at the National Institute Félix Houphouët-Boigny. And with this data, it shows how much love was put in this building. Following 10 years of military political crisis, many people moved from the hinterland, they migrated from the hinterland to the economic city in Abidjan. So the government had to face a housing crisis. We need to create new space to build, and this led to many evictions. At the same time, you can see that new buildings are appearing and hiding like the sea view. So with the emergency, there was this frenetic pace of construction in order to provide housing for the population. It becomes the reign of concrete, and I was wondering why using so much concrete when you are surrounded by earth. Why do you have so small windows where you are in such sunny country and where you need wind? So we see an high-rise housing development also. And in the middle of all this chaos, I tried to look at simple things that became invisible for most of the people. I mean, to people that don't pay attention to these things anymore. I'm trying to find a kind of silent poetry in the chaos. Fortunately, good example of contemporary buildings were inspired by tropical modernism or local building tradition. And this is a project, this is the Orange headquarters, designed by Kofi Adjabate architect. And you find this second skin, but also this internal courtyard. This is a church, 1 hour drive from Abidjan, where the cross ventilation is. So at this moment, I mean, this year must be inaugurated the Tour F, the F Tower in Abidjan, which will be the highest skyscraper in Africa with 421 meters. So is this verticality can meaningfully respond to African context rather than to simply replicate global templates? And yeah, my going around and doing photography, I feel a deep sense of belonging. I feel a kind of emergency in recording it and documenting it. And I'm happy to share this work with you and to spread a part of our culture. Culture is the sum of total of stories we tell ourselves about ourselves. And I think this work is collective labor for memory and history for the future generation. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Bas Smets.
Hello. Thank you, the World Around and MoMA, and especially Beatrice, for inviting me. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. It started with cool blue colors. They turned into a lighter blue, making place for a pale orange that is turning more and more into a deeper red. Of course, these colors are the warming stripes of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change from 1850, the blue colors, to the projected deep red you see here in 2100. What to do in the face of an announced apocalypse? What to do in the face of an announced catastrophe? You can only try harder. You can only try to invent new ways of dealing with it. And that's what we've been doing with the office for the last 20 years, imagining each project as a prototype of doing things differently, of reading the urban environment as a possibility for nature. This urban environment that we've created for ourselves, by ourselves, to imagine it as an invitation to rethink the relationship between architecture and nature. And we've been concentrating on building projects. We've built more than 100 projects in more than 15 countries, because it is in the building that you find the new solutions. Climate change has many challenges. I would like to speak about 3 of them: biodiversity loss, flood risk, and heat islands. Biodiversity loss. When the Luma Foundation decided to build a cultural campus on the former industrial side of the Parc des Ateliers in you see here in the south of Arles, they asked me to make a public park. When I visited the site, it was hot, it was dusty. The site had been dug out of the bedrock, which means there was no soil, no water, and no plants. And before we could make a park, I understood we had to change its climate. And so from this picture to this picture, we introduced 80,000 plants, a body of water, and transformed the climate of a semi-desert, that was the climate of that wasteland, into a Mediterranean climate. And so in a sense, we didn't try to go back to the past, but we imagined what nature would do over time. And we tried to accelerate those natural processes, thinking of the sediments that would be blown by the wind, of the pioneer plants that would create more and more soil. And so in a sense, 400 years of natural processes have been compressed into 20 years. And since the opening in 2021, 55 new bird species have been spotted, 25 new species of dragonflies. Flood risk. In 2020, we won the competition for the last part of the flood infrastructure, protecting the historical city of Antwerp against the flooding linked to the sea level rise. Looking at the history of Antwerp, famous medieval city and very important in the medieval times, we found these canals that were dug to create an inland harbor. These have been filled in, and the harbor has been kept moving to the north to become bigger and bigger. But in the urban fabric, we could still feel these wider roads linked to these former harbors. And so, of course, we thought it would be a pity to erect a 2.2 or a 7-foot high wall along the river that is the main reason why the city had been developed there. So we thought, can we not use the foundations of these canals, and can we not make walls on top of these canals that then would allow us to make a landscape to build up the earth and hide the flood infrastructure below a park. Between the openings of these walls, we have a mobile flood system that is triggered hydraulically by the rising of the water level. So in a counterintuitive movement, I would say we built walls perpendicular to the water, creating an even better relationship with the city and its river. This is under construction and will be finished next year. But I want to concentrate today on the surroundings of Notre Dame, competition that we won in 2022, and where we looked at a new way of dealing with public space around important historical buildings. Victor Hugo wrote, "The Ile de la Cité is the cradle of Paris." It's here that the Romans started Lutetia. It's here that 2,000 years of history come together. When we started studying that history, we understood that not only did the form of the island change over time, but also its urbanism and its architecture. And we understood that the cathedral is almost like a witness, the privileged witness of a city looking for its form. And so we wondered what would be the form of the 21st century, what would be the public space around that privileged witness. We started drawing, because in drawing, there's a designerly way of knowing. There's a knowledge that comes from the drawing. And this first drawing showed you, on the left, the archaeology hidden below the level of the plaza. It shows you the axis from east to west, as many cathedrals have been built, but that goes into the direction of the source of the river Seine that follows the opposite direction. This main axis has been doubled by Haussmann to the north and finds its parallel line with the Seine. Secondly, we found out that the space in front of the cathedral, which traditionally is the mundane space, is as big as the space behind it, which traditionally is the more spiritual space, and we thought it was an interesting trinity of spaces. We made this drawing during the competition that kept the kind of essential elements of the project, understanding the cathedral as being on an island surrounded by water and not on a hilltop, as is usually the case, a building close to the land, close to the inhabitants. Then we started looking at the site, and we thought, well, this site is so important, so symbolical, so historically rich, we need to have a perfect understanding of what's there. So we drew every tree, we drew every change in level as precisely as we could, and we looked at how to change these forms inspired and informed by their past, imagining how they could become more climatically resilient, but also more collective towards the future. And for example, the parvis, the plaza in front of it, which was a kind of relic of different projects, we thought I'd just make a very straightforward form, as wide and as long as a cathedral. The little plaza in front of it, we reinforced its trees to have a bit more distance from the busy Rue de la Cité. The alignment along the Hôtel Dieu continues along Notre Dame. The historical gardens adjacent to the buildings will be restored, and the new park, a linear park of 400 meters long or one quarter mile long, will be made along the Seine, allowing you to walk along the river and to come to this very important monument at the tip of the island made by Pinguisson, which is the monument for the martyrs of a deportation. This is completed with the renovation of the underground parking garage, which has been closed for many years and will be transformed by architects Grau and NGA into a visitor center. So in a sense, 7 typologies, 7 very Parisian typologies. For those who know Paris, it's really made with typologies like, if I can say this in French, le Mail, les berges, le square, l'esplanade, la placette, le parvis. They even have names for each of these specific types of public space that has been reproduced all over Paris. So the idea was, can we learn from these spaces and make them more climatic and more used, not only by visitors, but also by inhabitants. And so this first image, very important, shows the parvis as a clearing in front of a cathedral that is often called stone forest. A clearing that, of course, gives us a lot of shade on the surrounding it. The plaza itself needed to be kept open for reasons of visibility, but also of structure of this archaeology below. And so for a long time we thought how to cool this very large space, 40 meters wide, 100 meters long, and we came up with a new system that I will show you. But here you see the importance of that parvis, and the word parvis comes from the word paradis, paradise, and it's really this layer between this uncertain meteorology and this very rich geology, the geology that was used to build Paris. So we put particular attention to the form and the materiality of that parvis. We propose to continue the pattern that you have inside the cathedral, this typical black and white pattern at 45 degrees. But we did it with and here you see the typical black and white stone within these cathedrals. But we did it with one single and same stone, I'll show you right here, that we gave a special treatment with this very small, wide gutters to have this difference to produce this trackboard pattern with the sun. The sun, because the sun creates this shade, and the shade creates the pattern. And so we thought this religious space, this spiritual space within the cathedral, how to extend it in the public space, which is, of course, not religious. Well, it's the sun, a celestial body, that produces it. So in the end, the space becomes cosmic. While doing this, and to get to this kind of precision in public space, it's quite hard. So we would come by almost daily to speak to the people, the important people making it, and I would tell them, like, look, those are all the kings of France. And look higher, that's the Virgin Mary. They're looking at you. And they were like, they thought I was mad, but after 3-4 days, they were like, yeah. And they did a fabulous job. How to cool this space? Here's my daughter showing it to you. There's a very thin layer of water, 5 millimeters thick, which is less than a 1/4 inch, that will be activated during hot days, and that will slowly run down towards the cathedral, creating ephemeral reflections, as you can see here, but especially cooling with evaporation. Evaporative cooling is the fresh air that you smell on a hot summer day when it just rained. You come outside and you feel the air is fresh because of the chemical reaction of the evaporation of the water. So this was a negotiation with the city. Do we do it every hour like the Eiffel Tower, or is it really linked to meteorology and almost autonomous? That needs to be decided next year. Here you see the gradual enlargement of the parvis, and it's important to note that the architects that built Notre Dame imagined a very small plaza, which you can see in the dark blue, and is the petit parvis that we have built already. The grand parvis will follow later. But so we can have these two appreciations, the 14th century feeling of being close to the cathedral, and then the 19th and 20th century vision that we know so well. Here again you see the projection of the cathedral and how we use these proportions to design the public plaza. The parvis, the trees around it, but also the use of landscape architecture to enhance the experience of this monument. There is a number of elements very important. For example, the point zéro, the point towards which all distances to Paris are calculated. There is also a very important point where you see the head of the Virgin in the center of the rosas. And speaking to the archpriest of the cathedral, he told me, well, the moment you see the head in the center of the circle is God. That's the moment that God gives his son through Mary to humankind. So I was like, whoa, that's something else. So we'll mark that spot on the parvis because not many people know this spot. And then, of course, you understand that the whole building is called Notre Dame, Our Lady. The building becomes the embodiment of that moment. There is also, we figured out, a moment at the same distance from all three facades, not only Notre Dame, but also Hôtel Dieu and Préfecture de Police. And so you understand that the parvis is not only going towards the Notre Dame, but also going towards the Seine and the Pantheon on the other side. So there we'll make a circular bench that allows you to appreciate these three buildings that by accident or not all have two towers. And then the entrance to the visitor center, we made one entrance far away from it, so you have this appreciation of Notre Dame from top to bottom, the way we're used to seeing it. You walk through this former parking garage where the -1 level has been taken out to have a higher ceiling. And when you come out, we organize the staircase to arrive where before the facades were. So you're obliged to look at Notre Dame from bottom to top, ending with your gaze towards the heavens as it was intended by the architect. So there again, the public space helps you to understand the monument in a different way. And it's really a new alliance we're seeking between heritage and ecology. Then you see the park along the Seine, 400 linear meters of park, ending towards the tip, and the tip of the island has changed as much as the Parvis, from a little forest to a mortuarium, to then finally the monument of Pingusson, which we studied in detail. It's not much known because there's really a hedge cutting it off from the rest of the island, but it's an amazing building that points at the same time at the source of the Seine and at the eastern facade of Notre Dame. Here again, we looked at the different, and you can see the different shapes that the island had taken, and instructed by the past, we proposed to change the relationship between Notre Dame and the Seine, Notre Dame and the monument, from the existing situation here with a very wide road and parking lots to a park-like a project where we plant many more trees, where we find back the relationship between the eastern facade of Notre Dame and the Seine, while keeping the intimacy of the monument. So here you see this image. This will be built in the coming months. The project should be finished by 2028, but works have been ongoing. And I end with a couple of slides on the perceived temperature. So this is the existing situation in 2022. You see the heat islands building up in front and behind the cathedral. We made a projection by 2050, going again into the deep red that we saw in the first slides. But with the channeling of the colder winds coming from the Seine, by positioning the trees to block colder winds in winter and having these winds in summer coming to the Parvis, by storing all the rainwater that falls on the Parvis in an underground cistern in the former parking garage and activating it, as shown before, with this thin layer of water, we can actually produce, we can actually change the microclimatic experience of the site, going from this projection to this projection. And we've calculated that we can produce a 10 to 15 degree reduction of the perceived temperature, thanks to both the about 180 trees we will add and the thin layer of water on the Parvis. And so from the picture before the fire, where you see people queuing in the hot, on the hot plaza, we come to this project underway and will be finished by 2028. And so for us, every project becomes an opportunity to transform the land or the given situation into a landscape that sets in motion natural processes capable of producing microclimates and offering new atmospheres. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Martino Stierli.
Thank you so much for these incredible presentations, all of you. While we're setting up the stage, I just want to frame maybe the arc of our conversation for the next 20 minutes or so before we break at 4:30. I think we've seen a number of thoughts about contested or even conflicting notions of heritage. On the one hand, you could see heritage as sort of an institutionalized repository of the past, and on the other hand, you could see heritage as a lived cultural practice. And I think all the projects and presentations that we've seen this afternoon are sort of situated within these two polarities. And with that, I would like to ask all the speakers to please join me up on the stage for a brief conversation, please. All right, thank you again. It's wonderful to have you all assembled here on the stage. I'm going to start my first question with you, François-Xavier. You showed us images of the modernist post-independence period. You also showed us many other incredibly beautiful images that really, I think, show the poetry of your approach to the built environment. And the question I have for you, many of these modernist buildings, which were very powerful sort of symbols of this, you know, cultural awakening after independence, how do you think as a citizen of Abidjan, how do these, what kind of significance do these buildings have as in understanding of a lived cultural heritage? How do people in Abidjan, everyday citizens, think about these buildings? Do they think about them? Are they proud of them? Are they, you know, ignoring them? How do you judge that?
Thank you, Martino. How people see these buildings, I think it really depends of the generation. I think people that was born in this period, I mean, in the 60s and 70s, they are still very sensitive because a part of the history was written in these buildings. The young generation is less aware of what it represents today, this building, and mostly because they are disappearing one after the other, because you need space to create new ones. Fortunately, there are architects that you met. Issa Diabaté organized like walks around the plateau, which is this administrative area in the center of the city, and he shared the history of the most significant buildings. Actually, many of them are empty today because they need to be renewed because, yeah, after 60 years, you need to do something. And that's why also the population does not engage really with these buildings and with this heritage because many of them are closed today. Personally, I see them as like monuments or memorials, and because it represents this period of the independence and it's a part of the history, and that's why I dedicated so much time to photograph them.
Absolutely, I think that's you know, one of the, I think, important aspects of your work, that is a kind of heritage preservation through the photographic image. My next question is to Mariam and Roisin. You both presented two very different museum projects, and I was struck by the comments of both of you about sort of the long period of time that these projects take, where you could always say, you know, after years or decades, the original design idea becomes itself a monument or a thing of the past. And I think, you know, I'm just curious, how do you deal as an architect with such long time periods of the actual execution of an original design idea? It's very evident in Roisin's pharaonic project, but I think it's also evident in Mariam's, I guess, museum in a process of evolution.
I suppose buildings last a lot longer, like 100 years. So in a way, yes, the process takes a long time, but we also have to anticipate that there's going to be huge changes throughout the life of the building. So I think in a way that it always has to have that ability to adjust. So I don't know if that long, I think that in the initial design, you always have to be anticipating a much longer life in any case. So, well, I know 20 years seems a long time, but over the course of a building of that scale, it's actually a short period.
I mean, I agree with that. When you're, especially for a project of this ambition, you know, that 20 years kind of makes sense. But I think also to the second part of your question about how far in the past also we're reaching, you know, in terms of the ideas that shape, you know, these buildings. I think that's something that's incredibly important, because I think as a practice or as a field, we have developed this way of looking at architecture that is so much more immediate, where buildings are really expected to last 20, 25 years, no longer 100 years, which has its own kind of implications and challenges. But also, because of that, we also reach back only 50 years in the past, for example, for examples or for precedents, which in a way puts us in a situation where we might miss the point sometimes, you know, or we might miss the sort of, you know, this is what I enjoyed so much about your presentation as well, you know, when I was just thinking, sort of this deep understanding of what a place holds, with the heritage, you know, of the place, of a building, you know, of a history, you know, how you can sort of integrate that back into a new project, but not out of a sense of nostalgia, but out of a sense of authenticity or rootedness, but also establishing new continuities. Because I think what I find incredibly dangerous about not reaching back and not allowing the time is that we don't concern ourselves as much with the coherence and sort of this trace of history and of time. And we sort of surrender to the need to always make these new things, you know, that are kind of immediate and that are about a moment in time, rather than a collective history and a collective memory.
Thank you. My next question is to Marie and Bas, and you know, as divergent I think as the two projects appear, I think there is a common issue or a problem. And let me briefly say what I mean by that, and maybe you could respond. Both of these projects deal with incredible monuments. On the one hand, we have a monument of natural history, a crater of a volcano, and the project, you know, by Gabinetto della Curiosità is about sort of anchoring a piece of architecture next to that monument of natural history. And on the other hand, you know, in Bas's work as a landscape designer, we of course have one of the great, you know, built monuments of medieval civilization in Europe. And knowing the French, you know, it's obviously almost impossible to engage in any way without, you know, being probably decried as, you know, as a kind of sacrilege. And so I'm just wondering, how do you as architects deal with sort of this overpowering presence of a monument, and, you know, how does your work sort of situate itself vis-a-vis that, you know, this sublime presence, if you want?
I want to expand on your notion with Viollet-le-Duc. Viollet-le-Duc, that we know, of course, for the renovation of Notre Dame, was also a man who spent 10 years of his life documenting Le Mont Blanc. And he, before Google Maps, of course, he made the most beautiful drawings of Mont Blanc, and he understood, or he saw Mont Blanc in a very similar way as he looked at Notre Dame. He thought that erosion was something that was making damage to these mountains, and so we have these beautiful drawings where he's trying to repair the monument of the mountains in the same way that he repaired Notre Dame. So to your argument, I think it's really interesting to see what's a monument, because in the end, what's a monument is something that we decide is worth keeping, right? That's the only reason that we keep things, and so in that sense, I think this is interesting. But that's not your question, but I thought Viollet-le-Duc is a good expansion of it. As for the monument, in a kind of maybe coincidence, is there was so much talk about how to renovate Notre Dame. There was this imagined competition that led its own life. There was many debates, and then the Senate in France decided, well, we reconstruct according to the Viollet-le-Duc plans of the 1900s. in the 19th century, that in the end, since so much preservation went into the cathedral, we were much freer in the design proposals that we did, because there was only viewpoints protected towards Notre Dame, but the plaza itself was not protected. I mean, all that public space was also a design from the 17th that had been changed many times. So suddenly we had a kind of freedom that the architects in charge of Notre Dame did not have at all.
Nosotros estamos en un contexto muy particular en cambio al elemento natural de la laguna del Quilotoa, porque es un territorio que está en crisis y que está muy frágil, tanto su población como el paisaje, que es una noción al final, el paisaje, una proyección intelectual de lo que es el paisaje.
So we are in a very peculiar landscape, not only humanly, but also the landscape itself, which is in a way a projection of how we look at the landscape.
En este contexto hay un modelo de desarrollo que en realidad es una lucha poder construir la Chaquihuasi desde valorizar la cultura, desde valorizar los saberes ancestrales.
And in this context, it is quite challenging to build something trying to conserve the knowledge and the tradition of the place. There's a notion of progress that not always aligns with this type of building that we're trying to do.
Porque en Ecuador tenemos muchas construcciones que no se planifican, o sea, se expande la ciudad, hay una desconexión con los materiales y para nosotros fue como más que un edificio, una forma de revalorizar una conexión con el territorio, pero desde aprender y observar cómo se habita ese propio territorio. La población actual de la comunidad de Xalala está perdiendo esas tradiciones por un tema de globalización y bueno, de un contexto socioeconómico vulnerable. Perdón.
So, the population there, due to globalization, tends to build without a plan. So there's a lot of expansion and a lot of building, but not necessarily a plan or a design before the actual building. And that ends up a lot of times disconnecting the built environment from the natural resources and the actual materials that are there. And so their work has been to try to connect those two things back again and really take into consideration how the people were already utilizing the space in order to build.
Es muy importante el diálogo, o sea, es un trabajo más desde el proceso y el diálogo con el territorio que un trabajo de como la valorización de ese paisaje o justamente el no tocar para poder seguir contemplando y poner en escena esta maravillosa laguna natural única en Ecuador y en el mundo, creo.
So, in a way, the greatest thing that they could do was not touch the volcano, not touch the lake. And that was a way to give it its monumental state. And the conversation with the landscape and with the community was the most important thing and where the building emerged from.
Yeah, my last question to all of you. I also want to, think a bit about the presentation of Søren's project in Copenhagen, with this, very sort of strong position that basically saying a building can be totally rejuvenated, but just using the material that's already on site. And, I think that goes well with something you said, Bas, and that's my question, yes, monuments or heritage, we at the end of this night is a system of values or priorities that decide what becomes a monument, what becomes a lived-on tradition, whether it's tangible or intangible. And so what is needed from the point of architecture to make sure that the existing building, the pre-existing buildings, continue to have this presence, that they don't get devalued and get lost over time? What kind of strategies can architects engage with to prevent this, loss of knowledge and of material and, all of these things?
Okay, I'll take it. I'm going to say something very controversial. I think we have to be very careful not to consider that everything should be valued. There are buildings that can be considered monuments or that can be considered valuable because they maybe tell a certain story, or maybe sort of take us back to certain moments, and it's important to keep that story. And there are also buildings that are just buildings, or maybe that are actually not necessarily valuable in terms of what they place in the context and how they interact with the context. And then I think there's also another form of preservation, which is one of, as I was saying earlier, reconnecting to certain kind of deep roots of the place, which a building can kind of help perpetuate, right? So I think we have to be very careful not to fetishize buildings necessarily. There's something incredibly concerning at times when we do that, because to your point, who decides, what is it that we end up valuing, or what is it that we all should collectively understand as something valuable? And that fetishization, often is incredibly dogmatic and can be sort of natural conduit for extending on some ideas or some dogmas or some ways of looking at the world that are not always positive.
I think there's an interesting story to be told from the situation of Notre Dame. Do you want to?
Absolutely. I think we should reconsider the city as a laboratory, like we try things. We all think as architects that we're making a great building, but time will tell if people want to keep it or not. But we should keep this idea of it's a playground. We try things out, and we're in the urgent moment now of finding new ways to deal with these challenges of climate change in buildings and in public space. And so we have to keep on trying things out. The good things will be kept. And then the city is also this connection of public space. So we should also reconsider the relationship between the public space and those buildings we want to keep. Because of course, 19th century architecture has created this kind of plazas around all the monuments in Europe, and now we're supposedly not able to touch these places, which in my opinion is totally insane. I mean, and so we're making heat islands around each monument. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. So Notre Dame is the first, I would say, prototype of trying to do things differently, but I can think of many, many monuments that need to be rethought in that sense. And it's really, I would say, again, this alliance between heritage and ecology can produce a new city.
I also just want to remind everybody, the fact that Notre Dame today celebrated this great monument is not given in itself. In the 19th century, Notre Dame was itself a ruin, and, it was through Victor Hugo, basically, and so, this idea of who valorizes what is valuable at a certain time, which buildings, it's very contested and complicated. Too complicated, I think, for this afternoon. We will continue this conversation in another fashion. I would like to thank all of you so much for your fabulous presentation. We'll have a quick break now, 30 minutes, and we will start again at 5 for the third session. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us for Session 2 of the World Around MoMA Summit. We will now take a short break before the program continues. We kindly request that all personal belongings are taken with you upon exiting the theater. Welcome back to the World Around MoMA Summit 2026, Architectures Now, Near and Next. Please take this time to silence all devices, and we hope you enjoy Session 3, High Time, Affordable Housing and the Future of New York City. Welcome to the stage, Martino, Stierli, and Beatrice, Galilee.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're nearly there. One more session to go. So this is our last and certainly not least session of the day, High Time. We are honored to be joined by three exceptional guests to discuss a topic that's both urgent and deeply personal to New York, the city both MoMA and the world around call home. Housing is architecture's most tested claim to social purpose and its most visible point of failure. The tools exist, the research is out there, and the precedents are compelling. Yet American cities, including New York, continue to build too little, too slowly, and often leave behind those who need it most. This final session asks what architecture's role is in breaking that deadlock and what a genuinely livable New York City would actually take to build. We hope that the intelligence gathered in this session and in this room will be a seed for proposals that illuminate the ways in which architecture can make a difference and can leave a lasting impact. And we really hope that this is one of the conversations that will stay with all of us for days, weeks, and hopefully years to come. I'm going to pass over to Martino to introduce this session's speakers.
Thank you, Beatrice. The conversation will be moderated by New York Times architecture critic Michael Kimmelman, who of course all of you know very well. Michael has made himself a name through deep research on housing and issues of social justice in metropolises around the world. So we feel he's a privileged person to lead this conversation over the next 45 minutes or so. He's going to be joined by Leila Bozorg, our Deputy Mayor for Housing and Planning, and then two esteemed architects, Tatiana Bilbao from the Mexican Tatiana Bilbao studio, and Alejandro Aravena from Elemental in Chile, both of whom have made major contributions to the question of housing in their respective cities and countries. So with that, please join me in welcoming Michael and our speakers to the stadium.
Welcome to the stage Alejandro Aravena, Tatiana Bilbao, and Deputy Mayor Leila Bozorg for a panel conversation with Michael Kimmelman.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? We don't have a lot of time, and I bet you have a lot of questions. So we're going to try to be as concise as possible and cover a bunch of different subjects. I'm going to take the opportunity at the beginning to just say a few things which I assume you know, but I looked up some numbers before I came here, which I think will more or less, in my crude way, make clear what situation we're facing, certainly in New York. I think after the war, here in New York from the 50s through the 80s, the US produced 50 million new units of housing. If that pace had continued, we would now have 15 million more units than we do. But the financial crisis in 2008 in particular caused a complete collapse of the housing construction, not just in the United States, by the way, but let's stick with that for a moment. The great example, though, of taking this in hand, of course, is Austin, Texas, which I'm sure some of you, or many of you, if not all of you, know of. With Austin, I found increased its rents 93% between 2010 and 2019. Sale prices went up 82% during that period. And in the middle of it, around 2015, Austin began to rethink its zoning policies, instituted all sorts of reforms. And since then, it has added 120,000 new units of housing. That's a 30% increase for the city in general. And rates have fallen not only relative to what they were before, but relative to the nation. Now Austin has lower median rents than other cities in America. I think another example of a problem that we have had is a city like Miami. Miami went from 600,000 new units in the 1970s to 180,000 during the last decade. And any of you who have been to Miami know most of that are high-priced units being built along the coast. One last thing, in New York City, the share of units in tall buildings has fallen after the 1980s. In other words, fewer people live in tall buildings, which tells you something about the density. And we can talk about this a little bit too, but all of that has effects on developers and the scale of the projects they're undertaking, and the size of the companies that they start. And you can see that in the decline of construction patents in recent years relative to manufacturing and other industries. We just have dropped the ball, and nowhere is that more obvious than in New York City. But we do have examples around the world of people doing really interesting things to house, especially those people who are most vulnerable and can't afford those luxury units on 57th Street or the coast of Miami Beach. So we're going to try to talk about some of that, but also talk to Leila in particular, because I think we're all really curious about what the new administration plans to do and where architecture fits into that. So with that now overlong, I see by the clock ticking down, introduction, let me turn first to Alejandro. Alejandro, so talk a little bit about the housing construction you've been involved in Chile. We want to be able to sort of relate what you have done and what Tatiana has done and seen to New York, but maybe just describe the situation in Chile.
Okay, so thank you. And the starting point is that, excuse my French, we're in deep shit. And because of that, answers has to be radical. And the first, I was wondering if in New York there's an agreement of how serious the issue is, because if it's not, if it's just, let's say, a moral issue for the poor that don't have access to housing and it's their problem, then whatever we have been doing is not applicable here. So I just wanted to start quickly with two stories of why we should care about housing. And in short, it's because if we don't, I mean, the question we normally do to our projects is, okay, there's a housing crisis, so what? Does it really matter? Why should I care? And in short, if we don't care, we're in a tipping point between civilization and barbarism. And we can take the shortcut and arrive to that barbarism through polarization. And I'm talking about mainly the built environment, not just a political situation or social case. Or we can take the longer detour where cities become unaffordable, and as a consequence, just tourists that can afford that city, and then the workers that serve them, then they are polarized, and because they're polarized, we go back to civilization versus barbarism. So the first thing I wanted to share here is what we went through in Chile that led to that tipping point that was so radical that we had to ask ourselves as a society whether we should rewrite the Constitution or not. Because the gap in between the legal system and what's legitimate was so broad that we felt in general society that laws shouldn't have to be followed because they were not legitimate. In that process of rewriting the Constitution, because we had some experience, I was asked, okay, if you had a chance to put one sentence in the Constitution, what would you put there as the right to housing? And I said, I have no idea. But I may know a person that knows. And that person, because we're together, we still are, in the Pritzker jury, was Justice Stephen Breyer. So I would like to read the email answer. And Stephen said, I cannot help because the US Constitution focuses primarily upon negative rights. Freedom from government interference with speech, press, religion, and reasonable searches. We do not have positive constitutional rights, such as the right to education, health, or housing. So therefore, he said, in your constitution, if you're trying to put the right to housing there, the knowledge I have of the US Constitution is not helpful. But I know a person in Germany, because there are other countries that do have experience in constitutions with positive rights. So in the following email, together they put me in contact with Dieter Grimm, a constitutional court judge. This answer was extraordinary. Allow me to read this. His answer, the right to housing, belongs to the second generation of rights, so known as positive rights. And the one example that may be useful for you in Chile is the Constitution of South Africa in 1996. Article 26 reads, everyone has the right to have access to adequate housing. End of quote. However, the framers of the Constitution were, of course, aware of the extreme difficulty to fulfill this right. Therefore, a second sentence was added, opening the quote. The state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of this right. So what remains of the right is a constitutional duty that the state has to take the necessary measures. If you don't take that measure, you open the gap in between what's legal and what's legitimate again. So I guess that just to finish this idea is that if we cannot guarantee the right to housing, what will end up happening is that in a city, the people that make the city work, produce universities, workers cannot afford to live there. They're expelled far away. They accumulate. This is what has been happening in Chile. 2 hours away, 3 hours away of commute in a very poor built environment. They go to where people, the haves, and then the have-nots go back to the third world by the end of the day. That polarization puts a big tension on the country, and therefore we are then have, as a parallel state, organized crime, narcos, and everything taken over. And I guess that, I mean, in this part of the intervention, I want to be not even pessimistic, as realistic as possible, and put a lot of fear into you. And then eventually in the further interventions, may see how to go up of that. But we have to agree that we have a really serious shared challenge in front of us.
I'm guessing there are not a lot of people in this room who disagree with you, but it's good to know we should be scared. And I agree. Tatiana, so you've done some projects in Mexico. Maybe you can talk about them and talk about this issue of the right to housing. This is interesting because we're going to get specific about New York City, but these contexts are really very different. And Alejandro has already talked about actually very different contexts. So talk a little about Mexico.
So housing is a human right declared by the UN in 1946. But before that, and before all of that, Mexico declared it as a constitutional right in 1917. And the Constitution said that at that time, family, already changed only a year and a half ago to every person, had the right to have an enjoyable and dignified place to live. And the second paragraph of the Constitution says that the law should determine what is a house and how to determine that, the legitimization of the right. Then the housing law then defines what is a house. And I think that the problems already started from the phrase of every family has the right to have a place to live, but that's already changed. And then the definition of the house. But that obviously doesn't stop there, and it goes to the problem or how to really provide that possibility. And I think that housing was defined as a human right and as a constitutional right because we need that place to exist in this planet. It really, that shell provides the possibility of us to be inhabiting this planet. The problem is that when you translate that into the full system, it, well, first of all, becomes a possibility, but it also then, therefore, an impossibility for everybody. In Mexico, the government started really kind of providing that right through different means by producing housing until it arrived to a point where they couldn't produce more. So they started to privatize the production of housing in the 70s and then creating a full complicated system, which I'm not going to explain in full, of a bank holding savings called Infonavit to subsidize and private endeavors to provide that. And I think that there is two very big issues. First of all, is because the right obviously needed to focus on providing that to every family at the time, which, as I said, it comes with its own problems. But to every citizen itself, it's about quantity. And then when you define a house, because it's defined in the law, it determines what a house is and what it needs to be, which is not being able to be defined. A house is really much more than just 4 walls on your roof. A house, it is what holds our capital, holds our financial possibilities, holds our right to the city, holds our identity, holds our cultural and social engagement with our surroundings. That's why you pay millions of dollars for a 400 square feet apartment in the West Village, because it buys you your economical possibilities, your identity, your social place, et cetera, et cetera. So the house is not only those 4 bricks, it is everything that constitutes around, and that's, I think, not embedded in any law in the whole world.
So a few things have come up, sorry. So a few things have come up. One is government-sponsored involvement in the construction of housing. One is privatization. You saw really a similar chronology in the United States. We built a lot of public housing, mostly for returning veterans and other white people. That began to change, and we sort of got out of the public housing business by the Reagan administration, and we turned all of this business over to private developers. So the idea of the right to housing as a constitutional right, which is a beautiful thing, is obviously so far from where we are, it's hard to even imagine us having that conversation now. But Leila, we do have, and this is an odd place to start with you, but let's try. We do have a right to shelter in New York City. We came to that point because of the homeless crisis that had happened years ago, and it was considered a humane thing to provide a place for people to go, a bed. I've talked, and I think I've said this to you before, I've talked to a lot of housing advocates in the city, particularly homeless advocates, for whom that decision, while well-intended, has, as one of those people put it to me, created a kind of shelter industrial complex that has also turned our attention away from housing, which is the issue now. It's a tension. And one of the reasons we also have shelter housing is because we have zoning laws that make it easier to build a shelter than to build housing in many places. So the Mamdani administration, where is it at the moment on issues of the right to housing? What kind of housing and for whom?
Sure, thank you. So yes, we do have a right to shelter in the city, and it is quite distinct from the idea of right to housing. Shelter is temporary. It plays a very important role in our housing ecosystem, for better or for worse. For better in the sense that people have a place to go and get shelter while trying to get on their feet. For worse in the sense that we need it because the housing crisis is so severe in the city. We have about 90,000 people a night sleeping in our shelters that are run by the Department of Homeless Services, more that are in shelters run by other agencies. That's 30,000 children a night that are sleeping in shelters. So that speaks to the severity of our housing crisis. And our housing crisis has many roots here in New York City. You touched on some of it. A lot of it comes down to the regulatory systems that have been set up that make it very difficult to build housing across New York and to just meet the demand for housing. Ultimately, we have a supply and demand issue, and then we have to really try to get at that demand, we have set up kind of a Kafkaesque set of barriers for ourselves to get through when we want to build more housing, and more housing of various types. And in fact, our systems have almost created processes that result in the types of housing that people hate most, because it costs so much to get through those systems. It costs so much to get through environmental review. It costs so much to get through the land use process that you're really only going to undertake that if you are building a significantly bigger building than you might have otherwise if it were easier to build a modest-sized building in an outer borough to get to the need that might exist for people wanting to live in the outer boroughs. So these, the issues that we have with getting more housing built are deeply connected to the fact that we still need and are continuing to build more shelters in the city to get at our homelessness crisis.
So let me just ask him, this will be like a quick question answer sort of thing. First of all, at the state level, there are some efforts to roll back or in any way cut some of the environmental regulations that have been slowing the process. What is your prediction about whether those will pass, and if those cutbacks do happen, what do you think the effects will be?
Yes, so this is, the governor has proposed reforms to the State Environmental Quality Review Act, really proposals to make certain types of projects exempt from SECRA, not necessarily rolling back what SECRA does. And it's really making exemptions for the types of projects that we now have decades of experience of studying that predominantly show those types of projects do not have environmental impacts. These are processes that have created, 2 years of review, making it such that to even propose a project, to get into the land use process in New York, you have to go through 2 years of this environmental review. I'm hearing great things, very optimistic. The governor last week announced that there was a deal on this specific issue, so it sounds like that will pass, which is great. The city has committed that if those reforms were to pass, we would do what we need to do within our systems and our review processes to cut those review times for projects. And again, this is housing projects of 500 units or less in higher density districts, or 250 units or less in medium density districts. We would cut our reviews so that it goes from 2 years to 6 months. So I think it'll have a big impact, not just on time, but on cost, and those are obviously related. And the goal ultimately, and I just to go back to your first question, in the Mamdani administration, a huge part of our goal is actually to really build on the momentum that has been built over the past handful of years in New York to be able to build more housing faster across the city, while also coupling that with really strong tenant protections and housing quality issues. Because getting out of this supply-demand issue we have is a long-term endeavor. It's not going to happen in the next 4 years, but we've started to put ourselves on a much better path as a city. It's still going to take a decade plus to start seeing, I think, the impact of that. And in the meantime, this supply-demand issue results in a complete imbalance of power between landlords and tenants. So we have to put as much attention on kind of the tenant protections every day that we need to focus on and enforce. There's a lot of tenant protections in New York City, and sometimes the challenge is actually just enforcing those protections. But we'll be focused on both sides of this, the tenant protection, addressing housing quality issues, while also trying to continue to build on the momentum and putting resources towards building considerably more housing.
Obviously, there's some people who argue that freezing rents is not a good idea. It doesn't actually, it often protects the wrong people, or it has a negative impact on the housing supply. What's your position on that?
Well, I think the mayor has been very clear on the campaign trail that he believes, and the Rent Guidelines Board will ultimately make this decision themselves by looking at the data, that tenants, that the data likely shows, and there is data that supports, that it will be very difficult for tenants to continue to take on years of rent increases. And these are rent increases that are not necessarily going back into reinvesting in buildings. That doesn't mean building owners aren't struggling and that buildings don't need more income to sustain their operations. Some of that we will be working to address through other policy means, whether that's, we're rolling out, for example, a city-backed insurance program to try to bring insurance costs down for building owners of rent-stabilized and affordable housing. We'll be looking at water rates, at property taxes. So there's certainly a case to be made that there's challenges both on tenants who over the past 4 years have gone through a 12% rent increase if you take the year-by-year increases that have been introduced by the RGB over the past 4 years. There's not a really simple answer here. So it is challenging, but I think there's a whole host of policy solutions to get at the issue of building operation costs that owners face, while also trying to recognize that it is hard. And I should say, rent stabilization does predominantly serve low-income tenants. There's often these arguments that and of course there are folks in rent-stabilized buildings that are not necessarily low-income, but it's been the reason they've been able to stay in New York and keep their families in New York. So it's an incredibly important source of affordable housing, and it's one we need to kind of continue to invest in as well.
So who is doing this evaluation of which districts have been the worst over the last decade or so in building new housing? It's the city planning or
Department of City Planning, in partnership with the Department of Housing Preservation and
So
Development.
they're going to come up with a list of the districts that have produced the least housing. I assume you're going to say you don't know what the results are yet, but if you're looking at neighborhoods that you see as potential for large-scale housing, new construction, where are you looking?
So just a little bit of context to what Michael's speaking to. Voters, if you're a New York City voter, you likely voted last November on a set of ballot provisions that will make it easier for us to build affordable housing and more housing, particularly in neighborhoods that have not been building any affordable housing at all. There's something now called an affordable housing fast track, and that will apply in the 12 community districts that have been building the least amount of affordable housing over the past 5 years. So every 5 years, the Department of City Planning and Department of Housing Preservation and Development will be doing this analysis. They are doing the first one now. The results will come out in October, and we, at that point, will identify the 12 community districts where this fast track will apply. And what does the fast track mean? It means that if you are proposing a housing project that has at least the affordability of mandatory inclusionary housing projects, to get approved, you will go through a much shorter approval process that ends with the City Planning Commission rather than the City Council, who historically has had this practice of member deference, where whatever the local member wants, the whole City Council will vote for. It has contributed to our kind of unequal housing landscape and allowed a lot of local districts to be able to just block housing altogether. So we will know the districts in October, but I think many of them won't be a surprise. There's going to be parts of Staten Island that will likely be in the bottom 12. There will be many parts of Manhattan likely in the bottom 12. And Manhattan is the place probably where higher density housing is most appropriate. But I think the types of projects that might get proposed in those 12 districts will look very different depending on the neighborhood and the district.
But the housing you're looking at, and the administration is looking at, is not only subsidized housing or affordable housing, not only projects that include MIH, or maybe they are, but also market rate housing.
Well, to be able to enter the fast track, you have to be proposing at least MIH affordability plus. So it can't just be a market rate building with no affordability.
Fine,
that applies.
but
yes.
I take
MIH, when I say MIH, that means at least 25% of the units are affordable. So that means 75% could be market rate. And yes, I mean, I think part of something that continues to be debated in New York City is whether our housing crisis, whether part of the solution to the housing crisis is also enabling more market rate units to be built.
What's your position about that?
I think, yes, we need housing of all sorts. Austin is proving this, that our affordability crisis and the solutions to it, there's a lot of research that's showing that you need units of all different types to be able to bring your rents down, and that there is the issue of kind of crowding out lower cost units by higher means folks when you don't do that.
And we've seen that recently. Furman recently did a study to this effect too. Okay, let's get back to some questions around architecture and also what we're building. So I remember having a discussion with a former mayor who will remain nameless, who's obviously a couple of mayors ago, let's just say. And he was really focused on the units of housing. He was not involved with the city of West. He was involved on the units of housing, and I know we've talked about this in particular, Tatiana. It was as if what people need are just four walls, as you said, and with almost no consideration of what it actually means to have a home and a neighborhood and a place. And I know from our brief conversation that you're thinking about this too. Before I get to that, though, I'm going to take a second to just speak about one project. The very first thing I ever wrote about in my job was about a place called Villa Verde in the Bronx, which I'm sure many people here know. And one of the things about that project was it had a lot of bells and whistles. So it was expensive per unit, but it was a desire to create a kind of a place of dignity with community garden and public space and cross ventilation, a lot of kinds of things that were going to be test case, basically a beta for what could be done if you really wanted to build places that were not just units, but something special for the people in that neighborhood, and especially for that building. There was a lot of criticism about that project too, because it was expensive per unit, and the question that raised was, what was that premium on better architecture, better design, more sort of public interest? Was that worth it for the number of units that couldn't be built as a consequence? This is, I think, it's almost a moral question. Tatiana, you've thought about this a lot, I think, so if you could speak to that, it would be helpful.
Yes, I mean, it's the question about quality versus quantity, no? So in Mexico, for example, every government has a mandate to fulfill the right. So it really comes down to quantity. But then you get a really an amount of space that is built that serves no one, no? And the balance between quantity and quality comes down to money, and that is the problem, no? Always. And I think that one of the possibilities, if we are now to go to the optimism part of the panel with the reality behind us, as Alejandro was putting it, would be to understand how to really kind of give agency to many levels of kind of actors in that game. So, for example, in New York City, it's a very developer-led condition and developer-led condition and situation, which is being transformed everywhere in the world. And developers need to pursue the money, you know, and housing holds bodies to exist. By involving architects, some of us defend bodies to exist in space. So I think that that needs to also come into the play. But I don't think it's only kind of the duple between government, developers, and architects. I think we need to come in with people who inhabit these places as also the actors that are producing the spaces in which they inhabit, because those are the ones who are going to stay.
Okay, so, but I'm going to interrupt you, because one of the issues that always comes up, and this has been a problem in New York, there's this constant tension, not only in New York, who has a word here in what's going to happen? And sort of hypothetically, we all believe that everybody should have a say at the table. We've created systems to allow much more participatory processes. Those are often the processes that slow, stall, or kill projects.
But it's because we have not thought of it in a long term. We think of those participation processes as to produce the building immediately. But I think that those four actors need to be thought very long term. Maybe the developer is the one that really leaves the scene before everybody else. When they build, they sell, they go. But the architect, the city, and the tenants are there forever. And housing is not just about that kind of delivered project with the keys there. It is a full process that not only holds alive, that evolves, it really exists in very long terms. And normally the tenants, specifically in social housing, tend to stay there for their life, and then their inheritance, their kids, their family members keep these places then after long. So that is the moment where they need to gain agency to be the ones who keep that housing together.
So Alejandro, I was about to turn to you. Maybe you could describe a little bit about incremental housing, but also speak to, yeah, exactly, but also speak to this larger question of who gets to decide.
So let me start from some facts and arrive to participatory design. It was never meant as a kind of democratic, well-intentioned, hippie, romantic thing. How would you like your house to be? It started from the fact that we knew that half of the square meters were not going to be built by us. Public funding only allowed to build what evidence showed was half of a decent house, 40 square meters. That meant that people, even if you don't want to, we're going to build the next 40 square meters. Processes of expansions stop around 80. And that's Scandinavia, New York, or in Chile, middle-class family can live reasonably well in around that size. But we cannot deliver that with public funding. So participatory processes were aimed to make people become part of the solution and not of the problem. So it's counterintuitive, but the participatory process, instead of slowing down, it was a way to accelerate the process, and it started during reconstruction after earthquake and tsunami in Chile. Why does this happen? Because when you don't have the money to do the full house and only can build half of it, the key question is, which half do you do? And the answer is the half that the state or public policies cannot do, or the half that families cannot do on their own. And that normally is structure, roof, partition wall, and then people know how to build rooms. That is what happens throughout the world. 2/3 of the built environment in the world is self-built. So they know how to do something, we just have to channel that. That is the way we used the incrementality of a process. If you don't have the time nor the resources, how can you channel that capacity of the people? Because quantity matters, speed matters. If you don't do that, the built environment will happen anyhow, but in a very bad form. So the point here was that how do you address the imbalance of offer and demand fast? And the problem for New York, in a city where the demand is global and the offer is local. So no matter how many units you build, you will never, ever be able to balance that imbalance between offer and supply. So I guess that a lot of people may be wondering, okay, how do we do that? Then do we allow the market to do on their own because they move fast, they're efficient? And that's true for construction, not necessarily for what happens then with the who uses that unit. And quickly, just to end with a small story we talked about in my experience in Milan. I started teaching a couple of weeks in a year in Milan, and first time I was having trouble with my computer. I'm a very not even low-tech, no-tech person, so it may have been my fault. But then they say, oh, no, because we have problem with the computing system at Politecnico, because the position of the chief technical officers has not been, is vacant for a year. The salaries in the university are fixed. The offer and demand of the city follows global market. The person that can fulfill that place cannot afford to live in Milan. So for a year, there's nobody taking care of technology in the Politecnico. How much of that, I mean, the same thing happened at Scala with the dancer or with the singer, because they cannot afford, the people that can pay all the money in the world to go to the opera. But there's no singer being able to live in Milan. So this ends up producing this kind of polarity I was referring before. So we will, or cities will have to have a say, maybe not regulating the construction, because there is true, maybe the market is efficient in moving fast, but it's unable to, on its own, just by random or spontaneous people's allocation, to choose who is going to be willing to pay in gentrification and then moving people away from where they need to be. So regulation for some things, over-regulation maybe to be eased on other things. But for sure, the end user will have to follow some form of governance. Otherwise, spontaneity will never produce, or will make the ones that need it more to be expelled far away and compensate with their time the capacity to be serving a functioning city.
So it's very hard, of course, to imagine incremental housing as a model in New York City where, in fact, the construction of subsidized housing in particular is incredibly regulated. But it raises an issue, and we don't have a lot of time, Leah, so I just want to sort of ask a couple of questions along these lines. So first of all, NYCHA. What's the current capital debt of NYCHA? Is it over $90 billion at this point or something?
Well,
what's officially the number?
I'm sad and hopeful to say we've sustained the capital backlog at around 78 billion.
Okay.
So it's a massive capital backlog, but because of the focus that has gone into trying to do the comprehensive modernization through some very controversial programs, we've been actually able to sustain that for the first time in a while over the past 5 years to 78 billion rather than let it go up. And so a lot of what we are trying to do is actually to continue to scale that work and get to the other side of that cost curve.
Okay, so as the people know what you mean by controversial work, you mean basically the private developers coming in and doing work on public housing, managing those projects, but also extremely controversial, but successful, you say, so far, where it has been implemented.
Yes, I mean, there's a lot of nuance to this discussion, but NYCHA is using a tool, it's called the Rental Assistance Demonstration. They use it through a program called pact, preserving affordability compact together, and they're going to start to use it through something called the Public Housing Preservation Trust, which is more like a public-public model, not a public-private model. But it has been controversial in the sense that naysayers have kind of globbed onto this idea that it's the privatization of public housing, which I completely reject that, and I'm happy to explain why. Because NYCHA still owns the land, NYCHA still owns the buildings, and NYCHA is still using a federal public source of funding to sustain those
and
rents
NYCHA
and buildings.
oversees the management
And NYCHA
of
oversees the
building,
management. So to me, if it's publicly owned and publicly regulated and publicly financed, it's still public housing. However, there are still issues. You know, when a project is converted, been comprehensively modernized, issues still come up in a building. And so we, in this administration, we want to lean into these tools because it's truly the only tools available to address the scale of the capital backlog. But we also need to put, and will be putting resources just towards stronger oversight and management of what happens post-conversion to make sure
And you're good
going
with
well.
the idea of what's happening at Chelsea Fulton, the idea that a developer can come in, actually take down existing housing, rebuild and do essentially infill with some market rate housing.
Well,
a model that I just want to add has been tried in many other cities successfully.
Yeah, and to be clear, what's happening there is a one-for-one replacement first of all of the public housing units. It's about 2,056 units. And then in future phases on other parts of the campus will allow mixed income development with mandatory inclusionary housing affordability.
Okay, so last question I just want to ask all of you here, because it comes up with this in terms of replacing the housing or what you're going to build that's new. And one of the sort of underlying themes of all of this is how do we build housing to suit a population that is changing? I'm not talking only about diminishing population. This is probably not going to be an issue for New York for many decades or in a meaningful way, but certainly the way in which people organize their households. One of the problems with NYCHA, after all, is that you have a complete misalignment of who's occupying the apartments and the spaces of those apartments. So one of the things about incremental housing, of course, is that people can adjust to their needs, and if you have multi-generational families or something. So I don't know how to do this, but I throw this open to the three of you. From your perspective, is there any thinking about this, and is there anybody in the administration, like an architect, who... Just a thought, just putting it out there, who can help with this. But is there any kind of thinking around what kind of housing? But maybe the two of you can also speak to this, because this is clearly a massive issue globally, but certainly in places like this. You want to take this?
I'll just say I have
Sure.
recovering architects on my team. And we have the Public Design Commission that I'm learning a lot from. But both on the incremental question and the types of housing, I mean, there is work we've been doing and building off of some of the reforms through City of Yes for Housing Opportunity to try to go back to a time and unlock opportunities to build different types of housing that New Yorkers need. We really made that illegal over time. Right. Again, at times for well-meaning reasons, but we really got away from being able to do shared housing or what used to be single-room occupancy. We don't necessarily want to return to the same type of single-room occupancy, but this idea that you might need a different type of housing at different points in your life is very hard to achieve in New York. Similarly, we've unlocked the ability to do accessory dwelling units for homeowners to do in their backyards, in their attics, over garages. We made that illegal. We've now, through City of Yes, re-legalized it, and that is a form, I think, of incremental housing, at least at the household level, that folks can now decide if they want to have a backyard unit for a growing family or to even move into and rent out your home. We're starting to enable that. So there's a lot of folks thinking about this, and there's a lot to continue to learn for how we do it at scale better.
I'm going to end with these guys. I have to say one thing about ADUs. ADUs have been the most... there have been more ADU permits granted in California since the regulations there were, but not so many built yet. And there's still problems building units, even ADU units in California. So the idea that ADUs they're definitely useful at the margins. We'll see how useful they'll be in New York, but good point. So let me end with you guys. So Tatiana, could you speak to this sort of what kind of housing we want to build?
Absolutely. I mean, the house that we need First of all, I don't think we have really imagined it, but if we had, because we are architects and we all have thought of different types of these, it cannot be built because of the regulations that exist anywhere in the world. It's a house because the house is defined as a statement, as something that can be defined with bricks and blocks. But it holds alive that it's a process. So housing is a process. So how can we meet that with regulation is kind of the most important challenge. So you don't only need architects to imagine the house that we need today. We need lawmakers, we need politicians, we need sociologists, and we need economists and developers who are willing to build those houses that we need today to exist in the world. So.
Oh, no. No pressure. Well, housing is a verb, not a noun. So you're right. It has to be not only incremental or flexible, but it's ultimately dynamic. The good news for New York, and here's a what-if kind of approach, is that in the developing countries, housing policies are property-oriented. Once you receive a subsidy, you become the owner of a house. And that's less the case in the global north, which is good news. Because if one looks at the city, which is a typology that has that level of flexibility, it's office space. So offices are naturally flexible because you may want to have a lot of isolated offices or an open plan, not housing. So a very nerdy kind of quick tip, why don't we use the structure, I mean physical structure of office space into housing, and that means put the structure in the perimeter, so that whatever you want to do inside, it's soft, you don't have to perform any structural operation, and you can demolish, add, partition as flexibly as with office space, and that may be a way that incrementality or dynamics, without being expressed outside for where regulations is applied, still operates at the individual level, which is where the most dynamism is needed.
I'm going to open this up for questions. I'll just say there's been obviously a lot of discussion in New York around the conversion of office buildings and some misconceptions about the costs of doing those conversions and what kind of units are actually penciling out in them, but that is like ADUs, another place at the margins is certainly here, which I think the Mamdani administration is also looking into. We've eaten into your time, sorry. So, but if you have some questions and I can see you out there, I'll call on you. Really? Wow. Well, we can keep talking. There we go.
One.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm in the back here. I have a question for the Deputy Mayor, and sorry if someone was talking, I couldn't hear.
No, go ahead, please.
My question is about HDFC housing, and I'm wondering if your administration has given any thought to the units across the city that are classified as HDFC but are about to lose that classification, and many of those residents, including myself, are the original people who have been there and will lose their real estate tax benefits and really change the affordability of those units.
Yes, this is
Can you explain what that is?
Housing Development Finance Corporations, essentially. These are older buildings that have converted to affordable co-ops, essentially, and they receive, they at one point received subsidy, now receive some tax benefits to maintain their affordability, but many of them also have significant capital repair needs, and there's upcoming, I think, expirations of tax exemptions. So this is something that HPD is very much focused on, and there's a group, a coalition that has been kind of advocating for different policy solutions. As part of our broader preservation strategies, when I talked about kind of the need for building more, but also addressing kind of the housing quality and affordability issues in the existing stock, the HDFC issues are absolutely something that we are focused on, and they really require looking at the very specific types of tax exemptions that are coming up for, and that also requires state action as well to ensure that those tax exemptions remain. So. Yes, is the short answer, but there's a lot more nuance to how to address it effectively.
No, someone's coming.
So your colleague announced last week at the AI luncheon about the small lot initiative. The developers at my table all laughed and said, too much time won't pencil out to get approvals. And what they said was what you really need is the resources for review. Leila, would you answer to that?
Sorry, my colleagues
announced the small lot.
Announced. You're talking about the city council?
Exactly.
Okay, sorry. Yes, so I'd say all of the above, actually. I mean, I think in terms of the small lots, I think have a whole different set of issues than just the building code, which is what I think the council's task force is looking at, building code solutions to small lots. But there is, we kicked off on day one, the administration did, as part of 3 executive orders, something called the SPEED Task Force, which it's an acronym for something, but it is about speeding up the reviews of housing development from environmental review through the lottery process, which I should say has had significant issues with getting people housed into the buildings that and homes that we are financing, getting them housed quickly has been a real issue. So we're looking at policy solutions across the board at each of those steps. Some require things like the SECRA reform that we talked about. Some require new tech investments in the lottery, for example, if we're going to go that route. But some of it does require actual new staffing investments to actually get people. The office conversions are a great example of this, where to convert an office to housing, you have to go through extensive asbestos review, and the Department of Environmental Protection is just not set up for the scale of projects that we're now seeing come through for office conversion. So that's absolutely something that we've identified as an issue in this process and we'll be working to address.
Can I just say one thing along those lines? I mean, I don't know how many of you out here are that steeped in the details, but the lottery process, I mean, you can have for a new subsidized unit, I don't know, 40,000 applicants in a building. And this can take months and months for building with, I don't know, 150 units or something. And it can take months and months. But one of the things I was very encouraged by, I was doing a project around homelessness in Houston, where you had wait times to find housing for people who were living on the streets that was like 450 days or something. And that was reduced to 32 days, and then even fewer than that, by a kind of administrative organization. So there is something here that something that can seem absolutely impossible can actually be sort of tackled if you just bring organizations together and a little logic. That's some good news. I think that, we're really surprised when we hear that kind of thing. So I just wanted to share what I thought was, I don't know if it's still working that way in Houston because you have to maintain that organization, but it is possible. And imagine you're on the street waiting 430 days to see if you're going to find a unit compared to a week or two. Okay, sorry.
Hello. Mayor de Blasio introduced a program called 80-20 a few years back, but it's based on the area median income of the people who are applying for low-income housing or affordable housing. Is this going to continue, or is it going to be terminated?
The older 80-20, which was, I think, more coming from the voluntary inclusionary program. So during the de Blasio years, a program called mandatory inclusionary housing was introduced that essentially is a newer version of that, where up to 25% and in some cases 30%. 80-20 refers to 80% market, generally 20% affordable. In mandatory inclusionary housing, it's about 25 to 30% is affordable. That is a tool that absolutely we continue to rely on in order to get housing built and affordable housing built along the way, but it's not the only tool. So I think sometimes when that program is critiqued, it's critiqued as if it's the only way we're getting affordable units. And the area median incomes vary depending on the tool, and often it's coupled with loan programs from the Housing Preservation and Development Agency that actually allows you to finance 100% of the building as affordable housing and get to deeper affordability levels. So we are absolutely continuing to use mandatory inclusionary housing, which I think is like the newer iteration of the old 80-20.
Yeah.
Hi. First, it's a pleasure to listen to the three of you. Thank you so much for everything you have shared. My name is Madai. I'm a Mexican, and one of the last comments, my question is for Tatiana and Alejandro, because of one of the last comments that you made, Alejandro. that in countries in development, housing is focused on poverty. But just using Latin America as an example, with over 25% of people living in poverty, I know you're not policymakers, but from all your experience of working with policymakers, then is there really like any possibility that you can transition or like think of a new idea of allowing people housing without having that in mind?
Without having what exactly?
Like poverty, like the need in those countries in development.
I would say that the difference is less so poor and rich, more formal and informal. And that cuts across the way you have income. And there may be a lot of income, but it's informal. Actually, the evidence shows that 2/3 of our cities are informal. So the formality is an exception. We think that applying to a building permission was the rule. I thought that was the case in Chile. It's not like that. You go to Peru, it's 80-20 the other way around. 20 formal, 80% informal. So again, this is what I was referring to at the beginning between civilization and barbarism. I mean, civilization right now is an exception. Who gives you the permission to build in an informal environment? So that's narco, that's organized crime, and the rules of the game are completely different. So there is a way to channel that big force. Instead of looking, again, going back to the people is part of the solution, not part of the problem. Given their building capacity, I'm referring only to building capacity, if the role of us architects is not that of replacing or repressing that force, but that of channeling, that shifts entirely my operation as an architect. And I was saying, I wasn't referring to office conversion. I was referring new housing using the structure of offices. So the only thing that you do is that what a family cannot do on their own. And then they build inside what is difficult to achieve, which is slab, columns, partition wall, roof. The rest, leave it open and let it go.
Did you want to say something? Because I was going to touch on. Do you know the informal-formal split in Mexico City, by the way?
I don't know, but it's close to what Chile is 2/3 for sure. And I think that the process of incorporating, not informality, because I don't like to call it informality or barbarity, but incorporating the agency of the people who already have, because it's 2/3 of the people, by not only the first step of building, but also by sustaining that place. I mean, for me, also can be applied in New York. I mean, what happens in all these night apartments who need that are 60 years lack of maintenance, no? For example.
Yeah. I think we'd like to think we don't have informality in the United States, but we have a lot of it, and some of it are encampments, and some of it are what people are doing in places like Nitro where they have to make do with what they have.
Or illegal basements,
or in the basements in Queens.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've run out of time. So I wanted to say thank you guys very much. Thank you.
All right, before we conclude the evening, I would like to thank everybody, our speakers again. Yes, and just make sure to check out all our wonderful offerings with several of the speakers present in our galleries. Come back and see you next year.
Thank you. Okay, I just do want to say a few thanks to everybody involved. I think first another round of applause for our incredible panel and for all of the speakers of the day. Thank you so much, everybody. I also want to thank the World Around has been able to make this, the World Around MoMA have been able to make this program completely free of charge, and also the live stream free of charge, thanks to our amazing partners, our board of directors, our global cultural partner, Fondation Cartier, our partners, Uniform Molteni, Fisher and Paykel. Also, there have been a number of supporters who've donated and Circle members, so welcome to our community. Thank you to our new Circle members. Thank you to our Summit Circle members. And if you're new to the World Around, I hope you'll stay in touch with us, follow our newsletter. The whole program is live streamed and every single video will be available online afterwards with a transcription. So hopefully you'll come back and get to know us a little bit more. But thank you to the World Around team. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. It's really been a privilege and a pleasure. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Martino.
Okay, we deserve a break.
Time for a break.
This concludes the World Around MoMA Summit 2026. Thank you to our audience for joining us both in person and online. We look forward to continuing the conversations and expanding on the ideas brought forward here today. Join us online at theworldaround.org to learn about our newsletter, membership circles, and upcoming events.